All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the session. Let me have a check on how many of us are present in this session. Please raise hands.
Good
Quickly,
morning,
a show
ma'am.
of hands. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Vicky. Yes, let us have a check. I see about 45 of us logged in. Let us see how many of us are active in
Good
session.
morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good to see.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning,
Good morning,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Quite a few still not around, logged in and missing. All those who are in session, I would want you to raise hands, right? Abdul, Arvind, Gaurav, Newton, Nityanandan, not very sure. I see their names, but I don't see any hands raised. Or 10 of us still missing.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning. All right. So I can see about 37 of us active in session. Thank you, everyone. You may lower your hands. Thank you. Everyone to lower your hands. Let's put a little bit of discipline in the session. The session has been designed. Yes, good morning, everyone. The session has been designed so that you all take the benefit of how is it that you can prepare for your upcoming interviews. All of us are planning and hoping to be successful in our Access interviews that are coming up shortly for each one of us. And this will be a preparatory session where we will be talking about what are the norms that are expected in an interview of this kind. What is the preparation that I need to do? How do I conduct myself in the interview? What would be the things that I need to be informed about, be it in terms of the subjects, be it in terms of how to conduct myself or put myself across in front of the interviewer board. What would be the kind of answers that would be expected? What is the expectation from the bank from each of these candidates? What are the things that they are looking for? So these would be the pointers of discussions. Currently, we have lined up about 2 to 3 sessions for each one of you all. Sessions starting from 10 in the morning till about 1 in the afternoon. And that is how the session plan would be. We would be looking at a couple of diverse topics during these sessions, and we will see how is it that we can have a better run at these interviews and have a greater chance and probability of clearing them as well. So once again, welcome to each one of you all, and let us begin today's session by looking at the agenda. Now, while we are speaking, I would want you to be equally participative. these are sessions that are for your benefit. So in case if you have queries, if you have questions, let's follow simple hygiene of raising hands and then speaking up, right? So that I know which of these 40 or 50 odd participants are speaking. Anytime you have something to add to the discussion, raise your hand and you will be given an opportunity to speak. In case you're facing any challenges with your mic, you can always use the chat option and put in your thoughts and comments there, and we will try and address all those questions, right? So we're going to be around for the next couple of days, and we would want that journey to be as smooth as possible, giving everyone an equal opportunity to contribute and participate, right? Sessions will have breaks in between, so you don't have to worry. There would be adequate breaks coming up in between wherein you can go refresh yourself and come back. But please be mindful of the time, right? So we are having strict topics that we need to complete, and your presence and participation would be expected throughout these sessions. Right now, whenever we are speaking, please be conscious about whether your mic is muted, unmuted, because unconsciously, a lot of times during these sessions, participants leave their mic unmuted, causing a disturbance to the others. So let's be conscious about keeping our videos on. Whenever we speak, we will speak with our videos on, right? So that gives me a chance to interact with the participant, see the participant, and that's how we will take it forward. So be conscious of your surroundings, be conscious about when your videos are off, on. The same applies to your mic as well. And we raise hands as and when we have questions, and we also lower the hand once the question has been asked and clarified. All right, so I see one hand of Prince still up. Prince, is there a question here? Prince Kumar? All right, so not responding again, not advisable. It is a question directed at a specific participant. I would request these participants to unmute and share whatever is it that they want to talk about. All right, so Prince already missing in session. That is what the observation will be. I see a hand raised by Santosh as well. Go ahead, Santosh. What is the question here? I see hands raised and no questions coming up. All right, let me proceed. Let's look at the agenda for the day. So these would be the three topics that we would be looking into primarily. One would be the overview of the BFSI industry. We will be looking at basics of banking and current affairs in today's session. All right. Why the overview of BFSI industry? Let's pose a question to everyone. Starting with the simplest, what is BFSI? Go ahead. I know you all come from different backgrounds, not necessarily finance, and all of us hopeful for getting into a bank. So these would be the basics that I would need each one of you to be familiar with, the terminologies, the concepts. So yes, let's try and speak to Bharat. Bharat Krishnan. Could you unmute, switch on your camera, and try and tell me what do you understand by the BFSI industry?
Hello.
Yes, Bharat, I don't see you. Can we also have the camera on? Yes, you are.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. BFSI, actually, I'm not familiar with the full form, but I think it's banking, finance, something like that. Speaking about banks, I think they are the backbone of our country, definitely. They're the backbone of our financial system. And yeah, that's all.
All right.
Frankly, I'm not familiar with the term BFSI.
That is fine. That is fine. That is precisely the reason all of us are here, to try and gain some knowledge, share some thoughts. Right. Thank you, Bharat, for participating. Yes. Let us see if somebody has an answer. Let's check with Roshan, who has raised his hand. Go ahead, Roshan. You need to unmute, Roshan. You're on mute. Please unmute yourself.
Yeah. Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
BFSI stand for Banking Financial Sector of India. Banking and Financial Sector of India.
Okay. All right. Heard your answer. Let me check if anyone else has an answer. Yes, BFSI.
Yeah, BFSI
Anjali?
is banking services.
Yeah, we are
Hello, ma'am. Good
talking
morning,
out
ma'am.
of turn. Please raise hands. You will be given an option to respond. Yes, Anjali.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning,
Ma'am,
Anjali. I don't see you.
BFSI is.
Anjali, I don't see you.
Okay, ma'am.
Can you switch on the
Yes.
video as well?
Bank.
Wonderful.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. Ma'am, banking financial service means sorry, ma'am. BFSI means banking financial service and insurance sector. It includes
Fair.
banks, financial services, regulatory bodies, and the pension fund regulatory authority of India, and it covers almost 8% economy of the world world, and also it has a wide range. It provides wide range of services and approach financial services to all the financial institutions, and that's it.
Wonderful. All right. So great. Thank you everyone who tried, attempted, and that is correct. BFSI today stands for Banking, Financial Services and Insurance Sector. Today, when we talk about banks, they are an important component, but they don't work in isolation, right? Today, banks don't not necessarily only do banking transactions through their branches. We have a lot of affiliated services that we provide from our banks, right? So it is very important to understand the whole BFSI sector primarily because banks form a part of this sector, and we also need to understand what are the affiliated services, what are the other things that we do from our bank branches, right? And that is why the overview of a BFSI industry becomes extremely critical. Today, like Bharat said, banking is very, very critical for our economy. It forms the backbone of our economy. We would want to make sure that as a nation, we have a very strong, banking sector, which is, free of any kind of loopholes, can withstand, all the different kinds of attacks and, these kind of issues that usually are seen coming up affecting the banking channels. Today, India is proud to have a banking sector which is well organized, well regulated, controlled, right? And we would want to be a part of this sector. Today, banking, we have seen how it has transitioned from the time of independence till now. A lot of innovations, a lot of changes that the banking sector has seen, be it in the form of technological developments, be it in the form of the innovative products and services that are out there. So today, banks form a core of this sector. And there are different types of banks there. So today, when we talk about banking, when we talk about why this is an industry that encapsulates not only banks, but we have insurance companies, we have financial services companies, we have regulators, all of them playing very, very important role for this industry to do well. Right. So today, when we talk about banks, you see a whole range of banks in this sector, in this space. You have your private sector banks, you have your public sector banks, you have your cooperative banks, so on and so forth. And each day there are new entrants, right? So you have the entrance of small finance banks, you have the entrance of payment banks over the years, and the transition is still ongoing, right? So each year, new entrants, new players into the market, and that is how competitive it has become today. Apart from that, we have also seen insurance companies, the rise of multiple insurance companies. People are waking up to the fact that insurance planning is important. We need insurance to save and protect our wealth, our lives. And that is, again, a very, very growing sector in demand. You have financial services companies. So while we have a lot of banks offering those kind of financial services to our customer, be it in the form of lending, be it in the form of various products, so on and so forth, we also need these players as well, because a lot of times, sometimes, alternatives, a customer today has multiple alternatives. If let's say I'm looking out for a loan, and the loan is not getting processed through maybe a banking channel, I have other financial companies who are ready to offer loans. Today, all I need to do is go onto the internet and I'll find a lot of other companies out there who are interested to give me a loan. Maybe there could be a slight, deviation in the checks, the controls, the documentation that is required, right? So today a customer has multiple alternatives. These financial services, these support companies provide us with the infrastructure that is required today. Banking, or for that matter, a lot of our activities are also outsourced, right? So you have other players whose assistance the banks take to make sure the workings are under control, are manageable, because look at the sheer volumes that we are operating on. Each branch, each small branch having lakhs of customers, and if you extrapolate it with multiple branches spread across the nation and sometimes international as well, these are the kind of volumes a bank today is handling. And if I have to do the job well, I also need to have the support, be it in terms of the technical support that I need, be it in terms of the strong the safety and security of my data, of my customer assets, all that becomes extremely critical. And I alone maybe might not have all the requirements, and I invest in strategic partnerships, right? Be it in terms of the IT support that I need, or for that matter, the products and services that I offer, right? So these are all these other players. And obviously the regulators, they also become extremely critical and important, because the more stronger your regulator is, better are the checks and controls that are in place, right? So at any point in time, we are conscious that we are working within set norms, guidelines. Again, these keep getting updated, keep getting changed as and when we come across, news or any kind of frauds happening. These are the situations where we open up to maybe realities which we would not might have considered. Maybe people trying to take the system for a ride, and we would want to peg and control that, right? So the regulators work extremely critical. Today, the criminals generally a step ahead of the rules. They know what are the rules to circumvent, how to make sure that they can look into the gaps. And that's why we say the more stronger the regulator, the better it is. And again, BFSI industry, where we are talking about finances, where we are talking about assets of the customer, we need someone who's a very, very strong regulator, who is keeping adequate checks and controls over the mechanics of the entire industry, right? So the finance industry being the backbone of our economy, becoming so crucial, that I would need to understand this entire BFSI industry in a very, very clear manner for me to understand and get into banking, right? Because these are channels, these are institutions that also affect. It could be in the form of competition, it could be in the form of partnerships that I have, right? So I need to have an awareness. Today, when you get into banking, when you're meeting up customers, there would be a lot of discussions that you have with your customers, right? So today, when I meet up a customer, and let's say I'm pitching a product or a service, there would be questions with respect to the product, questions with respect to how the product or service fares against competition, why the customer should opt for your product or services. And these are answers that you should have ready. And the more aware you are, the more knowledgeable you are about what is the industry that you're working in, how is it making an impact, you can have those quality discussions with the customer. The more you come across as a professional, the more you come across as knowledgeable and intelligent, greater is the chance that the person across you, the customer across you, listens to you, accepts your recommendations, and maybe picks up the product or service that you're trying to sell, right? So in that is the perspective that we would want to give, that today, it's not only sufficient to know my product and service, and I know only little this much. So I am a teller, let's say, I am a cashier in the branch, and I know only about cash transactions. I don't know what else is happening in the branch. That is a very, very micro perspective, and that would not help you evolve as better professionals, right? So today I would want bankers who are knowledgeable, who know what is happening around them, are updated with current affairs, are updated with what's happening in their industry, in their organization. And that's how we would want each one of you to proceed further. All right. So with that, let's understand how is this BFSI industry faring in our current times. We have had the last 2 years of the pandemic very, very stressful for a lot of industries, right? And same, the banking industry was also equally affected. But what is important to note it, in spite of the turbulence, in spite of the ups and downs, the banking industry has been working non-stop, right? Unlike a lot of industries, let's say the hospitality industry, the travel and tourism industry, a lot of industries face tough times. Also, many of them had to shut down, take a pause. But the banking channel was continuously on, while there could have been a slight restriction or limitation in terms of the number of people, and that too purely because of the pandemic and issues wherein we were restricted. But this is an industry that was constantly ongoing. At no point in time can we think of an economy where banks have been shut down, right? Things will not work, things will stop moving. And that is the kind of criticality. It comes under essential services, right? And that is why we say that this is a very good growing, ever growing industry. And today, if I have decided to join a part of this industry, it's one of the good choices that you make, an intelligent choice that you make. It contributes approximately to 8% of our economy, right? So all these various banks contributing to 8% of our economy, a fast growing sector of the service industry, which is expected to have a bright future. Look at the balance sheets of each of the banks. Look at the way, the kind of customers these banks are servicing. Look at the growth of the BFSI industry. Look at the additional number of new entrants that keep coming up every couple of years, changing the entire landscape, changing how people think and operate, right? Innovative products that are being put out there. And that is why we say the BFSI industry is extremely critical for the functioning of the economy. Uses various services from the IT, ITES or BPO organizations. Today, ITES is information technology enabled services. Can we think of banking, a banking model which is completely paper-based or manual today? Impossible to think of. Today, if I have to do everything written and using the bookkeeping way of record keeping, it would be extremely cumbersome and it would be unmanageable for the sheer volumes of customers that we talk about or we transact or we deal in. Right. So not only banking, I'm talking about the entire BFSI industry as a whole. The kind of customers, the kind of volumes, the kind of services that they need require us to be upgraded on the information technology piece. A lot of these companies, the IT companies, provide crucial, critical support to the entire BFSI channel, right? It could be the systems that are in place for the conduct of your day-to-day transactions. It could be the protection that they offer in terms of the security and the firewalls and all those safety measures that they put into place so that the assets and wealth of the customers are protected, right? And it is an industry which helps make the life of the customer very, very easy. Right? So today, if I'm a customer and I need to do a banking transaction, I am no longer restricted by, let's say, a day. Like I can't do transactions on, let's say, a Saturday or a Sunday. No, that is no longer a constraint today. Today, I want to do a transaction. I'm not available between, let's say, 9 to 5. I would want to do a transaction at, let's say, 8 in the evening. Again, not a problem. And why has this become comfortable? Why has this become convenient to the customer today? Purely because of the support that the IT services help us, right? A lot of these companies giving us that critical, technological support, which help the customers in their day-to-day transactions. Today, I need not visit the bank, stand in queue, speak to an officer to get my transactions done. I am self-sufficient. All I need to do is get onto my platforms like internet banking, mobile banking, again, which is being provided with the help of technology. and I can do transactions smoothly. I need not see a customer at the other end. I need not have an executive, a banker who needs to assist me. I can always call up the call center, the BPOs, right? A lot of us calling up the call center to get our queries resolved, get those answers. And that is why we say that the entire industry coming together, working together, and helping the industry to become better. Today, when we talk about India's banking industry, or the BFSI space, as the case may be, it is at par with global standards, right? Today, we are well aware of what the channels are, what the requirements of our customer are, and that is the progress that we are making day by day. Right. So we are there in terms of be it the products that we have to offer, be it the technology that we have to offer, be it in terms of the safety and security of all these aspects as well. Very, very there, very, competent, so to say. Today, when we talk about the BFSI industry, just to give you a brief idea of the various players, so to say, or the components of the BFSI industry, like I said, we have banks, and all the different kinds of banks would come into this area. Your public sector banks, your nationalized banks, your private sector banks, the foreign banks, the cooperative banks, regional rural banks, differential banks, all these banks, again, some that were in existence for some time, others that have over time joined this sector. And again, the canvas is only growing, right? Constantly new players are getting added, and they are finding a spot today. So while, for some time post, independence, it was only the nationalized banks. But enter 1990s, and I find a lot of private banks came into play. Today, in 2020s, in this particular decade, you find a lot of small finance banks coming into the picture. You have your payment banks coming into the picture. The transition is ongoing, and with each entrant into this space, you will find that competition is becoming stricter, faster, fiercer. Everybody wants to have that customer's business. Everybody is focusing on the customer, and the more the focus of the people on the customer, the better it is for the customer, because for a customer, the range of choices that the customer can pick and choose from is ever growing, is increasing, right? And that is why we say, if you have chosen banks, yes, it would be one of the intelligent decisions that you make, because this is an industry which has a bright future ahead as well. The financial services, right, who are the other players here in this particular sector? You have your mutual funds, you have your distribution agencies, the merchant bankers, the custodians, right? Today, like I said, we all work hand in hand. We require their services from time to time. Like I said, banks not only dealing in banking products, but we also sell other cross-sell products like your mutual funds, like your insurance. And I need to have an understanding of these aspects as well. So be it the mutual funds, be it the distribution agencies like your broking houses like Zerodha, Angel Broking, so on and so forth. The merchant bankers who provide us credit, the custodian, right? A lot of these companies hold the demat accounts, or maybe, holding the securities accounts, are important players in the industry. The insurance sector, again, for a long time, was, even today for that matter, insurance is widely underrated. But over the years, a lot of awareness among customers on how insurance can actually benefit them, be it in terms of wealth creation, be it in terms of protection, be it in terms of, protecting them from any kind of risk, eventuality, right? Any kind of financial difficulties that might suddenly come up. And that is why we say insurance also plays a very critical and important role. You have your NBFCs, like I said, a lot of times, sometimes, because the banking norms are so strict, maybe it is not accessible to everyone. Yeah, and you would need that kind of help for a common person who maybe is facing difficulty in terms of documentation, or maybe does not qualify or meet the expectations. I have alternatives today. I have alternatives, be it in terms of the the liability piece that we do in banking, accepting deposits. I have so many companies offering corporate deposits at very, very competitive fixed deposit rates, or maybe lending. So a lot of loans available for a common man from these NBFCs, microfinance companies, who cater to the small customer, the smallest variant there. So people who might have problems using or accessing financial services through the normal banking channels, a lot of time offer move to the NBFCs, which are the non-banking financial companies, for their requirement. And these companies do or provide services which are very, very similar to your banking services, but just that they are not banks, right? So these are institutions who do practically the same thing, like deposit accepting, non-deposit accepting, asset finance companies. They offer loans, infrastructure finance. You have your systematically important core investment companies, MFIs, that is the microfinance institutions, mortgage guarantees, so on and so forth. So if you look at the industry, it's a widespread industry with a lot of players. And for the purpose of the session, for the purpose of interviews, we will be focusing primarily on banks. So this is just to give you an idea of how many players are there, what a vast industry is the BFSI industry, and we as banks form a very, very small but very, very critical and important component of this sector. All right. So today when we talk about banks, so these are the different types of banks that are available. You have your commercial banks, your regional rural banks, and cooperative banks. One thing that I would request each one of you all to do is, while a little bit of information and sharing is happening in the sessions, if you are keen in continuing and joining the banking industry, please start reading up about the industry that you want to join. Please start reading up about the organization that you want to join. Because like I said, I know for a fact that not all of you come from banking or finance backgrounds. Not everybody may have the experience or the information that is required. But the more you keep reading, a little bit of light reading is always advisable. Maybe an hour or two that you spend as per your convenience, not necessarily that you have to sit down and study it through. But reading is a very good habit, right? And questions can come up from anywhere, depending upon the person who's sitting across you as an interviewer. And you can never really predict what kind of questions are they looking for. While we might have a general idea, but you should be in a position, or you would be in a better position to respond if there is some awareness. So while we understand you might not be from the industry or from the right backgrounds, but nothing stops you from enhancing that knowledge, right? So please catch up on reading. All it requires is, spending a few minutes, try and read up, especially what's happening in the banking sector. And today, if you're preparing for an interview with Axis Bank, information, what is the latest update on that front also helps you. It gives you an edge over the other competitor or the other participant that you might be, checked with or compared with. All right. So coming back to the subject, classification of banks, we have these commercial banks. Commercial banks play a very important role. Today, these are the banks that would be instrumental and responsible for the banks like Axis Bank or other banks in the system. So commercial banks, the public sector, private sector, foreign banks, differential banks, all come under this category. Your public sector banks are your nationalized banks, where the stakes are primarily held by the government. You have your private sector banks, which are privately owned. And again, you within the private sector banks, you have your ICICI, you have your HDFC, Axis, so on and so forth. You have your foreign banks here. Today, like I said, we are equally competent when it comes to banking. When it comes to, what are the kind of services that we have to offer. So we have a whole range of banks that are operating, different types of banks with their own strengths and what do you say, the potential that each of these banks have. So today, when we talk about foreign banks, these could be your your Citibank, your HSBC, you have your cooperative banks, you have a lot of cooperative banks. It could be your Saraswat Cooperative Bank, or the regional rural banks like your Andhra Pradesh Grameen Vikas Bank, or your Kerala Grameen Bank, different kind of banks, and each of these banks catering to a very, very critical core set of customers that have been onboarded, customers who stay loyal to the bank as long as it makes it, it is a positive relationship. At any point in time today, if a customer feels that the bank is not servicing him properly, or he or she is not getting what is, expected from the banks, they are quick to move also, right? So today, it is a constant struggle for the bank to make sure that I also hold on to the customers that I have, right? Every bank trying its best to make sure that customers are happy, customers are satisfied, and they remain loyal and vested with that particular bank. And that is, again, one of the roles that we will be playing. Today, if I am an employee of a bank, I would want customers to speak well of my bank. Customers would want to be proud of the bank that they are associated with, proud of the people that are working for them. So today, if I'm a relationship manager handling to a set of customers, the customer should have a very good opinion about me, and that is important for my growth. It is important for the growth of the bank. And that is something that needs to be clearly understood. So you have all these different kind of banks. You have the regional rural banks, you have the cooperative banks, which again can be state, multi-state, district cooperative banks, all of them forming a part of the banking channel. And today, when we talk about these banks, one of the first things that we need to understand is, irrespective of the bank that you may be associated with, it is important that we follow the norms and rules and guidelines that are placed. Most of the banks have their own internal policies and procedures, again, which are within the guidelines and the framework that has been instituted by the regulator. And that is how we function. So at any point in time, your responsibility is that you work within the rules and procedures and regulatory guidelines that have been laid down. The compliance becomes extremely critical. We are dealing with finance, we are dealing with people's money, we are dealing with people's assets, right? Their securities, the investments that they hold with us, and that comes with responsibility, right? So while it is an extremely, a lucrative profession to be a part of, right? It is also something which is extremely critical to understand that it comes with its own share of responsibility. Every person working in the bank takes a lot of ownership and responsibility for the work that they do, and we can't have compromises. So a very strong sense of ethics, wanting to make sure that, we offer the right kind of services. We do not have any kind of prejudice or bias against the customers that we are serving. We offer the banking services to one and all. And we cater them so that they are happy, they remain loyal and invested with the bank that you are. So today, when we talk about a public sector bank, these are primarily nationalized banks, where the stakes in these banks are held by the government, right? The State Bank, the Bank of India, Canara Bank, Central Bank, Punjab National Bank, Bank of Baroda, all your public sector banks. We also have private players like the private sector banks. Here, the banks where the stake or equity is held by private shareholders. So Axis Bank, ICICI, Kotak, HDFC, all becoming a part of the private sector banks, right? Like I said, the banking industry is also constantly undergoing a change. There are mergers, there are new players that are in the entrance, but irrespective of the fact, each bank being very, very responsible in the workings, in taking care of the customers that I have, and making sure that we are compliant with whatever is it in terms of the regulatory compliance that is expected from us, right? So very, very clear understanding of that as well should be there. So today, when we talk about regulatory bodies, multiple regulatory bodies that come into play, right? You have the Reserve Bank of India, which is the apex body, which takes care of, all the changes, all the regulations, all the guidelines that are implemented throughout this industry. So today we become answerable to the RBI. Any and every bank operating comes under the jurisdiction and purview of RBI. And that is something which is extremely critical. Today, the more stronger your regulator is, the better it is for the industry, the better it is for the functioning of the industry, because you are constantly on your guard. You are constantly on check whether things are happening as per mandated by the regulator. In case you don't follow rules, there are repercussions. In case there are deviations observed, there are strict penalties imposed. There are consequences, so to say. Answerable people are responsible, people are answerable. Today, when we talk about Reserve Bank of India, imagine the kind of responsibility an apex institution or a body like Reserve Bank has. It is controlling the entire banking channel. It is taking into account that each of these banks are functioning properly. The regulator releasing those policies and norms by which all the banks in the industry will be following. It is important that not only the commercial banks but all the other banks also follow through. So once a rule or a guideline has been enforced, it is also important that the banks accept it, and we also would want to check whether things are in place. So a lot of efforts by the government and the RBI to make sure that as far as rules and norms and policies are concerned, these should be evolving, these should be progressive in nature, but at the same time be strong enough that it will control any kind of untoward transactions in the system. We would not want the banking channel to be compromised in any way. So there's a lot of thinking that goes into framing of these rules. We would want to make sure that the entire financial aspect, the entire banking channel is safe, secure for the people. The trust of the people is very, very important. And every time we come across news wherein we find that something went wrong with a particular bank, it could be a news in the papers, social media, or for that matter even a rumor, people panic. People panic because their entire life savings, their entire earnings, their wealth is tied up in these banks in different forms. And any even a small rumor, substantiated or unsubstantiated, creates a lot of ripple effect in the industry. People start wondering, and we have seen it, right? We have seen it for ourselves, the long queues. Every time a bank has had to face an issue or a problem, depositors, investors running to the branches, wanting to withdraw, wanting to protect. And that is something that we would want to avoid. If you have a strong regulator, if you have a strong apex body, these kind of instances are minimized, right? So yes, those occasional, spurt of some kind of news might come up, but on the whole, people across the country have a lot of faith in the banking channel. So even if something, a rumor or a news like that crops up, we know for a fact that RBI will step in. RBI will protect the interest of the customer, right? And that is the faith and confidence we have in our banking channel, especially the regulator, right? So that is the kind of importance and the responsibility the regulators carry. The SEBI, the Securities and Exchange Board of India, like I said today when we talk about the financial channel, we are not only talking about bank deposits, but we have assets in the form of mutual funds, in the form of stocks, all again linked through our bank accounts, channels that we are operating. So today, if I am talking about the capital market, the secondary market, this is where SEBI comes into play, right? A very, very important and critical regulator, so to say, which makes sure that there is capital growth in the economy. Today, when I talk about the role of a regulator like SEBI, I would want to make sure that even my investments are protected. Today, any and every person, even a small investor with a 500 rupee SIP in mutual fund, their wealth is equally important to maybe the one who's having millions and crores in the bank account or in the form of investments in securities. It could be shares, stocks, debentures, mutual funds, right? We would want these companies also to be accountable, to be responsible. And that is where SEBI steps in, right? They make sure that these are working within those norms, making sure that they are accountable, doing everything as regulated and mandated by SEBI. Any kind of deviations, again, viewed very, very strictly, right? So the regulators, the more stronger your regulator is, the better it is for the industry. Similarly, you have the IRDAI, which is the Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority of India. Insurance, again, increasingly becoming important in the BFSI industry. Today, a lot of us, have taken different kinds of insurance. It could be a general insurance in the form of a home insurance, or shop insurance, a motor insurance, or for that matter, it could be a life insurance, a health insurance. And when I pay so much money as insurance premiums to an insurance company, it is the responsibility of the insurance company to make good on the claims as and when they fall due. So today, if I have been paying for a motor insurance and unfortunately I have a road accident, I depend on the insurance company to make good and compensate the loss that I have. Right now, at any point in time, if these insurance companies take the customer money and do not make good on their promises, how is it going to help the customer? And that is where the IRDA steps in. The IRDA makes sure that all the insurance companies, again, work within the norms and guidelines that have been enforced, and they keep the interest of the customer paramount. And that is the comfort that I have. So today, if I know that I have an insurance policy, even if I am not in the picture, like in case of a life insurance, right? I've taken a term insurance, let's say, of 1 crore. Why have I taken? Because I have liabilities, I have responsibilities on my shoulder, I have a family that I need to take care of. And at any point in time, if I am no longer in the picture, I don't want them to suffer. I don't want my kids not to have an education or not to have a bright future just because I'm not in the picture. So I am an aware individual, I am a responsible individual, and I tie up with an insurance company, making them understand that, this is the kind of insurance policy that I would want to take. This is the kind of protection that I would want to offer to to my family. So tomorrow, even if I'm no longer in the picture, I am assured and comforted by the fact that I have gone in and I have done the needful for the protection of my family. And this is reinstated, this is reinforced by the regulator, who tells that, at any point in time, if there is a customer and he or she has done their bit, it is the responsibility of the insurance company to make good on their side of the agreement or the bargain that they have entered into, or the contract that they have entered into. So different types of insurance companies, and that's why insurance companies, if you see, are always tracked by their settlement ratio, the claim settlement ratio, how good they are at delivering what they promise in times of need, right? And that becomes the benchmark for other companies to follow, which is an insurance company who always takes care of the customers, make sure that the claims are settled, how easily it is settled. These are the things that we are checking, right? So the IRDA coming into place. The PFRDA, what is PFRDA? There is no written matter there. So I would want to check any awareness on the PFRDA bit. Any idea? Please raise hands if you know which is this regulator. Yes, please raise hands. Let us see. All right. Yes, Swaraj.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning, Swaraj. Go ahead.
So basically, PFRDA, according to me, it can refer to Provident Fund regarding that.
Yeah, it
Development
is.
Authority. Provident Fund Regulatory Development Authority.
Provident Fund Regulatory and Development Authority. Yes, that is correct. And why this PFRDA is in the picture? Any idea on that front? Yeah.
Basically, banks provide Provident Fund also to the loyal customers.
Banks provide Provident Fund. Okay. All right.
To the loyal customers.
Okay. Anybody else?
Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome. Yes, Abhishek, do you have something to say? Go ahead.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Ma'am,
Abhishek, I don't see you. Please switch on your video also, please.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
No worries.
Ma'am, PFRDA was instated in year 2003.
Okay.
This body was set up with an aim to promote, regulate, and develop the pension sector in the country. And it has launched many schemes like the national pension schemes and all that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Yes, Satyam, over to you.
Yes, ma'am. PFRDA basically, ma'am, it is necessary to secure the life of the senior citizens of the country, basically.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, ma'am. Basically, because major part of their life they have invested in doing for the country, and after that, it is a regulatory, like a provident fund, regulatory and development authority. It is made for the beneficial of the senior citizens only.
All right. Yeah. So imagine, India still being a developing country, yet a long way to go. We still do not have any kind of state-sponsored, schemes, so to say, for the protection of our senior citizens. Each individual today has to create their own corpus for them to survive during the later years of their life. Especially when they may not be working. And what do? We start saving right from the start so that tomorrow, post-retirement, I need not have to suffer. I can still maintain the lifestyle that I am used to. Right? And this becomes extremely critical, especially in the absence of any kind of state-sponsored schemes. A lot of developed countries today take care of their senior citizens, people who are retired, people who are unemployed. They don't have to worry because the government protects them, the government takes care of them, be it their medical needs, be it their places to live, people to support and help you in your old age. However, India is still not there. So today, if I am old and I need medicines, I do not have anyone else to provide that to me. I need to create my own funds. I need to have funds with me to go and buy those medicines. If I need someone to take care of me, I don't have an institution which will do that for me, which is state run. I need to make sure that I have people around, or I have the support and care that I'm hoping for to get in the old age. Today, every organization, takes a part of your salary and keeps it towards the pension fund, right? So every person who's on the permanent rolls of the company generally contributes a part of their salary, and the company also contributes, so that a small corpus can be created for the individual during the lifetime, the working years of the individual, which then is passed on retirement as a part of provident fund or other schemes that you might have brought for the welfare of the individual. Now, when I receive that kind of set corpus towards retirement, that acts as my fallback for any kind of expenses that I need to meet then. So now I'm no longer able nor capable to work. I might not get the kind of salaries that I was getting in my younger years. Age is catching up on me, illnesses are catching up on me. And when I am not there mentally, physically, I still have my funds to bank on, to depend on, right? I am not dependent on anyone because that is what I have worked throughout my working years. Now, this corpus is so important and critical for every individual. Now, if I have no control over how I might have worked for 30 years and I have pooled a good amount of money, but if this is not looked into, or if these funds are not protected, then what do I do at that stage in life when I don't have the resources, when I don't have the capability or the means? And that's why the PFRDA becomes so critical. that every organization which is taking a part of the employee salary as a part of PF contribution, these are funds that need to be protected. These are funds that the person who's working, slogging his or her entire life is entitled to receive, right? And that is why we include them as the regulator here as well. So very, very critical and important. Again, like you all very rightly said, it is for regulating the pension funds. It is for monitoring and controlling the pension funds. These are savings of a lot many people. And there are expectations that these funds would be given to us and we can use it as and when it comes up. So all that is being controlled by the PFRDA. And that is how the entire BFSI industry works. Some very, very close relationships and partnerships, which sometimes they seep into other areas. So like I said, when I talk about banking, I have an aspect of all these things factoring in, and that is why a little bit of awareness is required. So I am not working in isolation. I am working in conjunction and collaboration with all these different institutions as well. So be it an insurance product that I'm selling to my customer, and I need to have an awareness of what the insurance players are, what those products are. Today, if a customer wants to protect his wealth, I would want to make sure those options are available for the customer. Today, if the customer wants to pull aside something as a retirement kitty or something as a retirement corpus, I should be in a position to offer those options to the customer. Today, I would want to take the development or take the benefit of let's say the capital markets, which is doing very, very well, the stocks that is performing very, very well. So other than bank fixed deposits, I also have alternatives like investments in mutual funds, investments in stocks, debentures, so on and so forth. And for that, I need the assistance of a regulator like SEBI, who makes sure that, even if I invest in these instruments, understanding the risks, understanding the pros and cons of every investment, I still have an opportunity, right? So if I am a person who is okay with managing my risk, I would want to explore that facet as well, something which gives me a chance, an opportunity to increase my wealth. And that is why we say, a little bit of awareness is required. A little bit of functioning of how banks function today is important. It is organic, it is required, and it is the need of the hour, right? Each day, the number of products that we offer from our banks is increasing by the day, right? We have multiple channel partners. We have multiple strategic relationships, those which offer the comfort of the customer, which looks into the needs and requirements of the customer. And that is what we are hoping to achieve here. All right. While I talk about this, let me also tell you that today when you talk or when you become a banker, there would be a lot of multifold responsibilities that will come to you, right? Like I said, it is no longer the age-old way of banking where we only talk about, accepting deposits or lending. We do a lot, many things more, right? And this kind of awareness would be required, which means that today, if you're out there selling insurance, you also need to be certified to sell insurance. Today, if I have to buy or, if I'm suggesting a specific mutual fund to my customer, I also need to be certified to sell mutual funds to the customer. So these kind of added certifications will also be a part of your role. Right? Every step that you take in the career will also bring all these kind of requirements from your side. The more you want to develop yourself professionally, these would be the added qualifications that you will have to take. And especially the role of a relationship manager who is an advisor to the customers in terms of how to secure their wealth, how to increase their wealth, how to protect their wealth, making sure that the customer has all the resources and means as and when times comes up, like, it could be a requirement of a child's education, or it could be a requirement for planning for my daughter's wedding, or maybe a retirement corpus at the end of my career. All these things are being discussed with the relationship manager, with the financial advisor. And this financial advisor, that's why needs to have an awareness of all these things. So today, if I'm a business owner, I would want my financial advisor to tell me how to protect my business. So there are stocks there is machinery that I need to buy, there is a factory that needs to be protected and insured. Now that is the role of a relationship manager, someone who gives me constructive and valuable advice, protecting my wealth, making sure my wealth grows. Today, if I have an X amount of money, let's say a lakh of rupees in my bank account, is that all that I do? Keep it parked in my bank account? Or can a financial advisor, can a relationship manager give me that advice that how to multiply my wealth, how to grow my wealth in a manner which is safe and secure, and in discussion, in consultation with the customer, the RM or the relationship manager gives me that sound advice. Okay, so if you are not very let's say a little bit of a medium risk taker, not very aggressive, these are your options. Let's say if you're ready to take a little bit of higher risk, these are the options, right? And that is how a relationship manager should evolve, which means that as a relationship manager, as a banker, I need to be more aware. I need to know what the options are. I need to have the certifications, because certain products you cannot sell out there. It's a mandatory requirement. It's a compliant requirement, right? So I may want to sell insurance, but unless I'm certified and I have that, the degree to do that, I will not be allowed to sell insurance. The same applies for maybe the mutual fund sale that I want to do. So while I might have the product knowledge, or I might know the industry knowledge, it is equally important that you are certified, right? And that is why these are the things that you should be aware of. What are the demands of the role that you are planning to opt for? It is a complete sales-driven role, which means that we need to be proficient in engaging with the customer, selling the products and services of the bank. But again, sales does not come if service is not there, right? I can't pick up business from the customer today and then forget about that customer because now I know for a fact that no more business is coming. It doesn't work today. I need the support of the customer. I need to take care of the customers who are being assigned to me. So it means that I'm constantly in touch with the customer. I am in connect with the customer, helping the customer. So sales and service today go hand in hand. One can't function without the other, right? So today, if I'm constantly offering services to the customer, I also expect that I am good enough to take business from the customer. So today, if I'm engaging with a customer, I am a relationship manager for a customer. Every time the customer has a financial requirement, has an investment requirement, he or she should think of me, should pick up the phone and talk to me first before they put in their investments, or they use their money for any kind of wealth planning or creation. Now that is the beauty of the relationship. The more connected you are with the customer, the better it is, and it is a win-win on both sides. Not only are the customers benefiting because they have very, very good, capable, efficient people managing their accounts, managing their investments, managing their portfolio. At the same time, the relationship manager or the banker also benefits because that is the strong connect the customers have. So today, if I need to plan for my child's future education, I know that my relationship manager is just a phone call away. I just need to pick up my call and call him or her, and they will come and give me the best possible advice that is, that will help me achieve that goal. A lot of my dreams, a lot of my goals are dependent on how good advice that I get, right? Sometimes a wrong advice can wipe out your wealth, whereas one good advice can actually build that corpus, help you achieve those dreams that you have. So it's a very symbiotic relationship, something which benefits everyone if done right, right? And again, because it is a people-driven role, you also need to understand that when it comes to handling people, when it comes to interactions with people, you need to make sure that you have the skill sets. The communication channels need to be very clear. There should not be any kind of misunderstandings that seep in. In terms of your awareness, you should be aware of what is the expectation that the customer has, what is the expectation the organization has from each one of you, so that you can perform better in your role. So that is the agenda here. That is the relationship here. And today we are in the process of learning what needs to be done, how it needs to be done, what are the factors involved, what are our responsibilities, what is it that I need to do well so that I can perform the role of a banker to the best of my capabilities. All right, I see a hand raised by Gaurav. Yes, Gaurav, go ahead. Gaurav, was there a question? All right. Yes. Anybody else who has a question or a query on the discussion so far? No? All right. So if there are no questions, let's take a quick pause. Let's take a quick break and come back in 15 minutes. Yeah, so let's come back in 15 minutes and resume the session.
हाँ
All right, let's check how many of us are back from the break. Please raise hands. Let's have a quick check. Yes, quickly, friends, please raise hands if we are back in session. Okay. Still some participants missing. About 10 of us still not yet back from the break. All right. Okay. All right. Everyone, please lower your hands. Let us resume the session. Yes. Let's talk about basics of banking. Why do banks exist? What is the purpose of a bank? Let's start with that, right? Let's start with basics of banking. Friends, first, please, everyone to lower your hands. Newton, Shreya, Gaurav, Shubhajit, Nityanandan, Krishna, Nizam, please lower your hands so that I know the person who has raised his hand is in response to the question that I've asked. Let's start with the simplest and the easiest question. What is the purpose of a bank? Why do they exist? Why are these so fundamental and critical to our economy? Right now, I don't know the name of the person whose hand is raised. Just I have a letter I. Can you please, your mic is already unmuted. Can you go ahead and respond? Please come on camera. Tell us your name, introduce yourself and talk to us.
Good morning, ma'am. My name is Swaraj Singh.
Repeat that. What is the name? I don't catch that.
My name is Swaraj Singh.
Swaraj Singh. Okay, Swaraj. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Respond to the question asked.
Yeah. So basics of banking, if we are dealing with. Hello.
Yeah, I'm listening to you. Go ahead. Please continue.
Yeah. If we are telling about the basics of banking, then it can consist of about all the daily routine of a bank. Number of accounts opened in a day, then number of accounts closed in a day.
That is what the bank is doing. Okay. Opening accounts, closing accounts. Okay. What else?
Then dealing with the potential customers and dealing with the potential investors. Those who are
dealing with potential customers and investors. Okay.
Yeah. So every day we are seeing that banks are dealing with lakhs of customers and lakhs of investors.
Correct.
Throughout the country. So a bank's responsibility is that to fulfill all the needs and requirements of all customers as well as investors.
Okay. And how does bank do that? How does the bank do that function?
Bank does that function by listening to the views of the previous customers and to revise on the same.
Okay.
If there are some loopholes within the same. And to clarify the doubts again and again.
Clarifying doubts, making sure that the customer is the customer is heard, the needs and requirements are met. Okay, all right, Swaraj. Yeah, let's hear it from Shreya.
Yes.
Go ahead, Shreya. Your thoughts?
Yes, ma'am. Hello.
Yeah,
Am I
continue.
audible?
Not visible, Shreya. Switch on the video as well.
Just a minute. Ma'am,
Yeah,
am I
Shreya.
audible?
Yeah, I
Yes,
can
ma'am.
see you now. Go
Ma'am,
ahead.
bank plays a really important role in everybody's life. They used to accept deposits and grant loans. They provide many facilities like there are many type of banks we can talk about. There are commercial banks, regional rural banks, and many banks like we have government banks, RBI, SEBI, and RBI the head of all the banks. That RBI that rule over all the banks. That rules and regulations are by RBI of India, and they provide many facilities like if we want financial help, they provide us. Like they grant loans and financial. They help in many facilities. Like if we want to fetch loans in regarding home or marriages, they provide us. They or the regional. If we talk about regional rural banks, they are helpful for the rural areas, the needy one that agriculture area needs, and that's it.
Great, very nice. Yeah, Shivam, over to you.
Am I audible?
Who's speaking, Shivam or Satyam?
I'm Satyam.
I had requested Shivam to speak up first. Yeah, Shivam, go ahead. Go ahead. Swaraj needs to be on mute. Yeah, Shivam, boliye. Not audible. Check the device. I can't hear you. See if there's something loose or connectivity. I can see you, but I can hear you. I mean, I can't hear you speak. While I can see that you're trying to speak, but I can't hear you. Check कीजिए, please. आवाज नहीं आ रही है. Unmute yourself. First, unmute yourself. Yeah, your mic is now unmuted. Try speaking. Let me check if you're audible. Something wrong. Yeah, go ahead. All right. While Shivam gets that checked, let us continue with the discussions. Yes, today banks have a very important role in the industry, in the economy. They bring people together. People who have funds, people who have extra money can use banks as a very safe channel and medium to park their funds, right? So any kind of excess money that the person has can be kept safely deposited with the bank, and the banks use these kind of deposits kept by the people to lend. Yeah, so that is the lending activity of the bank. So a bank doing two main functions. One is accepting deposits from people who have more and lending it to people who are in need. Both extremely critical and needs to be done, with a lot of responsibility. So when I take money from people, they are depositing it on the faith that they will be giving, they will be given back their funds as and when the need arises. They are just parking it with us. We are custodians of the deposits that the customers have placed with us. They might have put it in their savings account. They might have put it in the form of some kind of deposits with us. But The assurance being that I will take care of your money, I will help it grow, and as and when the customer comes forward, I will also return it to you. Now, while I take all these excess funds from the customers, what do I do? What do I do with all this money that is being parked by my customers? I use that judiciously to help people who are in need of funds, right? A lot of my customers wanting that kind of financial help and support, be it in the form of funds to build a home, or maybe take care of their daily expenses. So I need a personal loan, or maybe I have a wedding in the family that I need funds for. So different requirements, it could be business related, it could be personal, and the bank consciously and judiciously taking this money that is parked with them and offering it to people who are in need of funds in the form of loans. Now, when I lend, I get interest income from the people who have taken money from me, and there is a higher rate of interest that is being charged on the money that has been given, and I pay a nominal rate on the money that I accept from the customers. The difference being my profit, which I use to keep growing, to keep offering better services to the customer, making sure that customers increase, so I have a increasing customer base. The more customers that I have, the better it is for the bank, be it for my profits, be it for my ability to offer better and superior products and services to the customer, or create those innovative solutions when it comes to investments, when it comes to requirement in terms of lending for the customer. Today, the responsibility is, as a bank, when I take money, the customer should have that trust in me, that I am depositing it with a bank which is safe, which is secure, which is sound, right? Be it in terms of the internal workings, be it in terms of the internal controls, be it the opinion of the regulator and the customers around it, right? I would want to park my money. I have worked hard to create that little bit of wealth, and I would want to protect it. And for that, I would want to park it in a place which is safe and secure. And I am assured and I sleep easy at night thinking that, my funds are protected. Now, at any point in time, if that is not the scenario, if the bank is unable to pay me back whatever I have invested with the bank, imagine the kind of problems it would cause. And that's why we say, banking is a business of trust. Unless I have that trust in the bank, I find it very, very difficult to keep my funds, to keep my surplus with the bank. Today, a lot of options there as a customer for me, which bank to choose, what is the kind of opinion, the mass opinion that people have about the bank, what is the regulator's opinion, right? These are important things that I consider, and that is the reason even a small rumor, even a false news that comes on the media can have people driving to panic. Like, people are worried, are their investments safe, is the money safe, right? And that is why we say the entire business of banking is a business of trust. Today, when my financial advisor advises me that, Vidya, park it in this particular instrument, this is going to give you good returns, this is going to give you assured returns, I go by that word. I go by the recommendation of the financial advisor, because that is the trust I have, right? And that is why we say, do not break customer trust for your personal reasons, for your vested reasons, right? It is very, very important responsibility that you have as financial advisors for your customers. You need to take that responsibility seriously. So today, when I talk about banking, there is an element of trust. There is an element that if I take money from the customer, I will also return the money. Today, when I say that I offer loans, I need to be judicious about the kind of loans that I offer. Let me offer loans to the people who really need it. Let me offer loans to people who will be in a position to pay back. It is the responsibility of the banker to make sure that the money that is lent is also recovered. It is not your money. You have taken it from someone on the promise that you will give back. Tomorrow, I can't put up my hands and said, sorry, I gave it to someone, but that person did not return, so I in turn can't return it to you. It doesn't work that way. So I have a conscious responsibility to make sure that if I'm offering those funds to someone as a loan, it also comes back to me. right? So I have to be judicious about the type of people that I lend, and that is the reason all that scrutiny and detailing that I do in terms of, is the person credit worthy? Does he have a good repayment track record? If I lend this person or this organization money, will it come back to me? So that kind of transparency has to be there. That kind of responsibility has to be there. Today, if I have taken money, I also need to be liquid enough. I need to be strong enough that whenever the customer comes, I give it, I'm in a position to repay. I can't say that, sorry, I've put that your funds in an investment and that investment is blocked and I can't return the money, right? So these are not answers that customers out there will accept. So I need to have liquidity. I need to have transparency in whatever is it that I do. I need to do it in safe and secure channel. So today, if I'm investing your money, I need to invest it in channels that are safe and secure. I can't be investing it in options which are, very, very, which are fluctuating, or maybe over which I do not have any control, because I need to act responsibly. I am handling someone's wealth. So I need to make sure that the customer's funds are always protected, are always kept safe. I, as a banker, also have the responsibility to make sure that I take care of your requirements, I handle your needs, and I do that with a smile, right? So while I am in the service industry, I also need to treat my customers well. I cannot have an autocratic behavior. I cannot have an attitude which says, what I do is right and you can't have the right to question me, or you can't ask me for queries and clarifications. No, I am a responsible institution. So today, if an investor of mine gets up and says why X amount of charges have been levied, I can't have an autocratic reply. I need to justify, right? So today, if I am charging you for services, maybe it is a locker that I've given it to you, or maybe the charges that I have charged on your outstanding dues on the credit card, or for matter, the balance maintenance requirement that I'm charged. I am responsible. I can't be charging left, right, and sundry and think that I will get away with. No, the regulator keeping an eye on that. At no point in time are the customers inconvenienced, are the customers taken for a ride. And that is why we have a very good grievance mechanism system as well. So that if an investor, if a customer feels that he has been wronged, or the bank has not done their bit, or whatever is it that they were supposed to do, I can also raise it as a complaint. I can also escalate the complaint. So I have people within the bank who are listening to those customer complaints, who are responding to those customer complaints. If the customer is still upset, he can raise it up to higher authorities within the bank, or for that matter, he can raise it to the regulator. He can bring it to the notice of the people, the authorities concerned, the regulators concerned, that this is what is happening. We need to check, we need to control. And that is how the whole mechanics work, right? So I take care of the customers take care of me. At any point in time, if there are any issues, those need to be settled and resolved. So service is also equally important. I need to serve my customers well. I need to make sure that I have a quality benchmark that I would adhere to, right? So today, if I take money from you saying that the account is being opened, I clearly let you know what is the timelines within which the account will be opened. It is not subject to assumptions. It might take 3, 10, or 15 days. No, I have to be very, very clear. So today, if you go to a bank, and if you look at, what are the services offered, they also very clearly specify the timelines. So let's say an account opening will happen in 24 hours, or maybe a loan processing will take about a week. And I, as a bank, has to make sure that these services happen within those timelines. And that is the quality of service assurance that I would want to give to a bank. So today, a lot of banks finding a lot of favorable customer response. Why? Because I always find that their services are top notch. Their services are as promised, unlike some who promise you everything, but they fail to deliver. So how would you like if I, as a relationship manager, tell you that, yes, sir and madam, I'm giving it to you by day end today. And then there is no sign of me, there is no response or revert from my side, and you have to keep chasing me up what happened. right? Now, that is not the kind of quality service that banks would want to have. And better the bank, better is the control that ensuring that, you know, all these services happen, or that is the kind of level that we would interact with our customers on. Again, if you're a good bank, if you're a strong bank, you will also take into account that you follow all the rules and regulations that are laid down. There are no deviations, there are no shortcuts, and I am a very process driven bank. I follow the rules and procedures that have been laid down by the regulator. It could be the internal rules that I have set up for strict checks and controls, or for that matter, it could be the rules that have been given to me to be followed by as a part of my compliance requirement. So that is what banking is all about, which needs to be done with a lot of it also, there's an element of secrecy and confidentiality. So I, as a bank, am also responsible that I do not share information, right? So I have a customer who walks in wanting to find what is the balance in XYZ's account, what is the kind of investments that I have the responsibility to protect and secure the data of my customers. And that's why I have to do transactions with a lot of confidentiality, which means there is no kind of data breach. Information about my customers is safe and secure with me, and others do not have access to it. So confidentiality is important. Customer information, knowledge, data is very, very critical today, right? A lot of things go wrong if you have access to data. And that is the reason I take, as a bank, all the steps that is required to protect this data from any kind of untoward harm, right? So that is one of the basics of banking, making sure that my client is protected, my client's interests are protected, my client's wealth is protected, he or she gets access to funds as and when they require it, he or she is free to park funds with me for safety and security, right? And that is how the banks operate in a system, right? Let me just move the slides further. So today, why do banks exist? I act as a financial intermediary. Like I said, I take money from people who have extra and I give it to people who are in need of funds. I also act as a payment and settlement system. Today, if I have a bank account, I can easily make those transactions of payments and settlements with customers or with people that I interact with or engage with, right? I have a channel, I have a very safe and secure channel to do that. So today, if I need to pay money, I use my banking channel to facilitate that payment. Today, if I have to receive money from someone, a bank facilitates that transaction, right? I can do it through net banking. I can do it using a physical instrument like a check or a draft, right? So there are online ways, there are today pockets, there are systems in place where I can immediately transfer funds, right? So today, when I talk about a payment and settlement system, it has to be a robust system. So today, I can't have an instance that money has been debited from my account, but the credit has not been received at the beneficiary account. The system has to be strong, that it facilitates end-to-end transactions. So today, if I initiate an RTGS or an NEFT as a payment for a customer, who needs to receive credit from me, it gets executed. It gets completed to the right people at the right time, right? I can't have a long process. So I've started a transaction today and finally it reflects in the customer account at the end of 1 week. It wouldn't work in today's times. I need something that is fast, which is efficient, which is quick, but at the same time safe and secure. So today, when I tell my customers, go ahead and use mobile banking, go ahead and use my internet banking, I also need to make sure that these are safe and secure channels. So today, at no point in time through internet banking will my customer be at risk, right? I have created the solution, I have created the technology in a manner that it is a very safe and secure channel for a customer to do their transactions, be it investments, be it funds transfer, or anything that they might have. So that is a responsibility that I have. I execute the payment and settlement requirements of my customer. I provide financial services, right? Today, banking is a lot more than lending and mobilizing the deposits of the customer. I offer very, very pertinent and relevant financial solutions for my customer. Today, be it a home loan requirement, I am able to help you with that. Today, if you have funds, I am ready to help you with investment solutions for you. I can protect your wealth. I can help grow your wealth, all by becoming a provider of financial solutions. Be it in the liability space, be it in the asset space, I can give you very, very good customized solutions that you are looking for, that your business is looking for, right? So that is the provider of financial services. Provider of other support financial services. So sometimes maybe I've taken an insurance policy from you and I want to figure out what is the value that my policy has accrued. If I need to withdraw, what should I do? You know, those kind of affiliated solutions that I'm looking for. I have a mutual fund that needs to be redeemed. I need an account statement. I need to file my taxes, and my chartered accountant has said, Vidya, go and get a 1-year account statement because that needs to be attached with your returns. Right now, I need those kind of solutions. My checkbook is over. Can you provide me with an additional checkbook? I need a new debit card. I need a personal loan. All these are services that come within the purview of banking, right? It could be financial in nature. It could be non-financial in nature. It may be a TDS certificate that I'm looking for, right? So I need an interest certificate for the interest income that I have earned. I need a TDS certificate to understand what is the TDS that has been deducted on my investments. So all these sort of functions also become the core responsibility of a bank. And the more better you are at your job, better is the response from the customers in terms of, yes, this is a right bank to bank with. It has all the solutions that you're looking for. Today, banks are constantly needing customers. Like I said, I have a growing base of customers, exponentially growing year on year. Look at any banks, leading banks, you will find the customer base is doubling, tripling by the day. And how is it happening? It is happening because of staff or employees like you and me who go out there, promote our bank, promote our products and services, talk about what is the extra benefits that they get. And that's why more and more people want to become a part of the bank. Today, if you see, every person has a minimum of 2 to 3 bank accounts. And not necessarily the high net worth customers or my affluent customers. I'm talking about ordinary people like you and me. If you were to take a pause and look, you will all have a minimum of 2 to 3 bank accounts. And that are the kind of options that we have. And that is why customers are growing. And that is why the competition is so fierce. Because if I'm holding bank accounts with 3 banks, all those 3 banks are constantly striving, wanting to take that higher business from me, wanting to make sure that, you know, I use them as their primary bank. And that is why when I deposit money today, if I have some money, let's say I have 1 lakh rupees in my bank account, I want to put it in a fixed deposit, I will always compare. I have 3 bank accounts. I will check which is the bank which is giving me the highest rate. And let's say if there is a 4th bank where I do not have an account, which is still offering me a better rate, nothing stops me from going over there. Right? So the competition constantly increasing because today I might have my customers' funds. Tomorrow it might disappear and go to a competition bank. Now, if I want to make sure that the customer stays with me, I also need to give that kind of services, the value added services, the relevant services that the customer is looking for. So people with surplus money giving it to the bank, people who need money also coming to the bank. So today, as a bank, when I'm lending, I need to make sure that customers come to me. If I have a rate of interest which is too high, which customer will come to me to take funds, right? No customers will borrow from me. They will look for the cheapest option out there. And that is why competition is fierce. I would want to make sure that I'm lending at competitive rates which help me survive, but at the same time also make some money in the bargain, in the interim. I am a commercial organization. I need those profits to function. I need those profits to pay those salaries, run those infrastructure that I have in terms of branches, in terms of offices, in terms of staff, the overheads that I have to pay, the functions, the day-to-day functions that I need to run, and investments to be made. So if I don't make profits, I cannot survive. Now, how do I make profits? If I can lend, but again, if my lending rates are too high, again, I'm not getting. So it's a very, very fine balance that the customer, that the bank has to play in terms of borrowings, in terms of lending. Because if my rates are not attractive enough, I will not receive money. If my rates of lending are not competitive enough, I'll not get customers to whom I can lend. So it is a circle of trust, where I am assured of banker to do their part. I want the banker to be very, very responsible. I want the banker to make sure that I get good interest rates when I deposit money as a customer. I get cheap loans when I require money from the bank. So the bank is constantly interchanging the role. Sometimes it acts as a borrower when I'm giving deposits. Sometimes it acts as a lender when I'm availing loans. And that is the circle of trust. And the more stronger the bank is, better is the circle of trust between the bank and the customer, right? All ventured in the regulatory compliance, making sure that everything happens within the norms, within the rules as laid down by the policies and procedures. Today, when we talk about a bank, when we talk about what is it that we do, we talk about two core activities: one where we accept money, one where we sell, or when we offer money to our customers. And those are the products of the bank. Assets are the time where bank lends money to the customer. Liabilities is the sector when we take money from the customer, right? So all the times when we lend money are your loan products, your credit cards, your housing loan, car loan, all forming a part of the asset base. The liability base is when I'm receiving money from the customer, the savings account, the fixed deposits, current accounts form a part of the liability vertical. Today, if I have to look at assets and liabilities, I need to have a proper balance. I can't be borrowing money from the customer and not lending. It will affect my profitability. Similarly, I need to lend in a manner that I still have I have enough liquidity in my system that in case a customer comes up for me, I still have money to pay back, right? So I need to lend at very competitive rates so that I have customers. I also need to make sure that I follow the guidelines, be it in terms of what is the liquidity that I need to maintain, how much is it that I can lend, at what rates will I lend. So these are important considerations as a bank for me, right? So the asset business, the liability business, the core business of the bank, but at the same time, we would want to do these things very, very judiciously, right? I would want to make sure that I have the funds to give back to the customers, and I also have the means to recover the money from the customers that I have lent it to, right? This is a responsibility that comes as a bank. And today we have seen a lot of instances where banks have collapsed because they have not done this function well. Be it in terms of lending, huge NPAs, funds that have been lent but have not been recovered, and the mounting debts, the NPAs that happen, which have resulted in such a crisis that the regulator has had to step in, has had to close down the bank, or maybe requested other banks to take over, merge with the bank, absorb, because at the end it is the customer which is being inconvenienced, right? The few vested interest of a few people, the wrongdoings of a few people have put the entire banking channel in jeopardy, right? And when things like this come out, who is questioned? Apart from the people who are running the bank, the stakeholders, we are also questioning the regulator. Why did the regulator not check this? Why was this not in control? And we have seen the chaos that it creates, the panic that it creates in the minds of the customers. So the asset business, the liability business, both equally critical, but at the same time needs to be done, with a lot of responsibility on the part of the banker. today when we talk about products, banks have a whole range of products for each of these verticals. So today I might be offering a housing loan, but you click on any bank site, any good bank site, you will have a range of housing loan options, right? From the mid segment to the affluent class to the basic, catering to every customer profile, catering to every customer segment. It could be an individual, it could be a corporate, it could be a businessman, right? So different range. Better the range, better is the bank, right? Because that is the kind of opportunities there. So today, if I am a customer with very, very specific needs, I can look at a bank which will offer me that kind of solutions. So the asset products, housing loan. What is housing loan? Let's have some quick question and answer. Housing loan. When do people take housing loans?
Ma'am, when someone want to buy a house or want to build up a house.
Correct. So I might be building a house, I might be purchasing a house, I might be renovating my house. All those times. Yes, purchasing a new house. I might have a plot where I want to construct. All these times when I take a housing loan. Car loans. Car loans, auto loans.
When automobiles have to be purchased by the customer.
Ma'am, when a person wants to increase his
Again, lot
assets.
of crosstalk, people talking without any kind of discipline. Let's have raise hands. Let everybody get an opportunity to talk and contribute. Please raise hands. Yes. I see Swaraj. Go ahead, Swaraj.
Ma'am, basically, if we are talking about the car loan, so car loan means when any person is taking any vehicle, any type of vehicle, he applies for that loan.
Okay. Yeah. So when I want to own a four-wheeler or two-wheeler, I take an auto loan. It can be a new vehicle or it can be a vehicle which is a used vehicle, right? I have, the second-hand vehicle. So I have opportunities there. Again, any kind of loan that as a customer I would go in for, I would definitely be comparing the prices. I would be looking at the services that the bank provides. All right, fair enough. Personal loans. Let's check with Gaurav. Gaurav, can you respond on personal loans? No idea about personal loans? Okay, let's hear it.
The person who takes the loan. Hello?
Yeah. Go ahead.
The person who takes the loan for personal use?
Yeah. The person who takes a loan for personal use, it could be, let's say, a medical emergency that has come up. Somebody is sick, I need to cater to their medical expenses, so I'm taking a personal loan. Or it could be because I have a need for, let's say, interim requirement of funds. I'm getting married, I want to go on a holiday, and all these various reasons why a person might go in for a personal loan. Sorry, yes, Gaurav?
Ma'am, like a travel loans is like a personal loan.
Correct. I want to go on a holiday, right? So all my friends are traveling to Europe this summer. I want to go, but currently I'm short of funds. So what do? I approach a bank and say that, give me a personal loan so that my holiday plans can come through, right? So that is the personal loan. You have credit cards?
Personal use.
Yes, that is correct, as the name suggests. What are credit cards? Yes, Nandan. Credit cards?
I had a doubt. Ma'am, what about a person requiring money for setting up a business? Under
so
which
I will take
loan
a business
will be
loan.
included?
I'll take a business loan.
Okay.
So for businesses, specific loans are offered for setting up businesses. So yes, I take a business loan. Yeah. Coming back to credit cards. Yes. What
The
is a
customer
credit card?
on even the customer on which on whom the bank has full trusted. The bank give him the credit card. Credit card give overdrawing money.
Okay. So today, if I am a customer who's been banking with a particular bank for some time, or maybe I am a customer who's earning a good salary, basis my income, the customer is defined that, you are eligible for a credit card. What does a credit card do? A credit card sets up a limit for you. A credit card gives you a credit value which you can use and subsequently pay back. So today, if I'm earning a good salary, the bank feels that, okay, fine, she is a good customer. She's earning a good salary. Her salary accounts are with me. So every month I know this is the scale of salary that comes in. So let me give her a pre-approved credit card. A credit card which has a limit that has been designed. So let's say I get a credit card which has a limit of 2 lakhs. So what does it mean? Even if I don't have 2 lakhs in my bank account, I can still do transactions up to 2 lakhs. It can be a cash withdrawal. It can be an online purchase that I do. And as and when I get the money, when the salaries come in, I also repay. So whatever are the outstandings on your credit card, whatever is the limit that you have used up on the credit card, the bank expects you to pay back. This is a facility that is being given to you because of your credit profile, because we feel that you are a person who deserves to be offered that credit limit. You will be person who will be requiring that kind of credit limit. I'm offering it to you, but under the assumption that whatever credit you enjoy, you will also pay back. Because if you don't pay back, obviously the bank charges a penalty, charges interest, a higher rate of interest for any kind of defaults. So that is the credit card. Again, a very good instrument to tide over those interim financial difficulties that might have. Right? So suddenly some month I have gone a little heavy on expenses, and towards the end of the month I am short on funds. Credit card helps me easily, right? It helps me overcome those short-term interim requirements that I might have. All right. What are loan against securities? What are loan against securities? Let's check with Priya. Aditi Priya. Aditi Priya, are you in session? Not around?
I'm something like mortgage.
Okay. Rishabh, again, you're speaking out of turn. I don't see a hand raised. I just see a response. All right. Let's hear it from Aishwarya. Go ahead, Aishwarya. Loan against securities.
Yeah, good morning, ma'am. Loan against security, we know that this is a loan where you place your shares, mutual fund, or life insurance policies as a collateral against your loan amount.
Correct. So today, as an investor, as an individual, I have put my money into different things. I have put some money into a mutual fund. I have some bank deposits. I have some gold. I have some life insurance policies that I have done. So today, if I have a requirement of funds, how do I raise that capital? I can always take the option of loan against securities. Securities like your mutual fund, securities like your life insurance policies, your stocks can be used to give you a loan. So this is your assets. Rather than liquidating these assets, selling them off, I put that up as a collateral, and basis the value of the securities, I get a loan against that, which is loan against securities. Loan against gold, very simple, so to say, as the name suggests, loan against gold. Yeah, Shubham. Loan against gold?
Actually, hello, yes, am I audible to you?
Yeah, not visible.
Ma'am.
Ma'am, I guess there are two Shubhams.
I am talking to the Shubham who has raised the hand.
Yeah, I have raised the hand.
Go ahead. Yes, Shubham.
Yes, ma'am. Gold loans are the loans which are lent us on our gold. We have to deposit our gold to the bank, and in return, the bank gives the loan to us.
All right, fair enough. Shubham, you want to become a banker? Is this the appropriate dress code for attending a meeting? Is
no,
this the appropriate dress code for coming online and speaking? I do not appreciate it, and I would want it to be corrected. Right? There is a certain
my health
decorum.
is not good. That's why it is.
Irrespective of that. If you are in a session, please maintain the discipline and the decorum that is expected. But good answer. Yes, Shubham, that is correct. today, when I talk about a gold loan, Indian households, Indians, any which ways have a very close relationship with gold. We are very fond of this metal. A lot of us invest in gold. Every family today has some kind of portion that they have saved in the form of gold, considered to be very auspicious as well. So there's a child born, we would want to gift something in gold. If there's a marriage in the family, we would purchase gold. And it also acts as a buffer, as a fallback for in times of need, right? So today, if I have an emergency at home, if I need funds at home, I would look into all the other options, but I might still not touch the gold that I have, right? I might look into exhaust my bank deposits, I might close my investments, but still, as a last resort, I go for gold. What do? I don't sell it off. I raise some collateral. I put it as a collateral and raise some money against gold. And that is why we say, because we are so emotional, Indians have a very strong emotional connect with gold. Every family will have some kind of a corpus that is tied up in gold. And rather than it lying idle in your bank lockers or in your homes, if the opportunity presents and if there is a situation that requires some kind of funding aid, I can use this well and take a loan against gold. Now, when I am offering the gold as a security to the bank, it is tested for purity, it is tested for its value, and the bank gives me an X amount depending upon what is the gold that I have pledged with the bank. Now, as and when I pay back the money that I have taken as a loan, the gold is returned to me also. So today, when I am offering something which has a very strong emotional connect, it could be a gold that has been passed on to me from my family, right? So some kind of ancestral connect that I have, or it could be gold that has been gifted to me. Now, these are very strong emotional connects. And when I give it to an organization, I want that organization to take care and protect that gold. See, I'm coming back for it. At the moment, I'm hard pressed for funds, and that's the only reason I'm giving or parting away with it. But I'm giving it as a security, and I will come back to you once once my interim financial crunch is resolved. And that is the expectation that every customer has. So today, when I give gold to you as for a loan, I also expect it to be taken good care of. I can't have the banker saying that, sorry, we lost your gold, or maybe, we don't have your gold anymore. No, that it is the responsibility of the banker. So today, this is also a very good asset product for bankers. It is a loan that is given across the counter. Everything is done in the presence of the customer, be it in terms of the valuation, be it in terms of what are the norms, what would be the charges, very, very transparent, and can help you over a financial crunch, so to say. Loan against deposit. What is loan against deposit? Anushka? Anushka Roy? What is loan against deposit?
Hello.
Yeah. Who is speaking? Anushka silent. Okay.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes. Yes, Anjali. Gaurav, hold on. Hold on, Gaurav. Let's hear it from Anjali. Anjali has raised a hand. Please unmute and speak.
And loan against deposit means that it is an unsecured loan which you are taking by your fixed deposit as a collateral, and you are taking a loan in return.
You're taking a loan against a fixed deposit. Okay. All right. Yeah. So today, I have a fixed deposit that I have booked, which is a 5-year deposit, which is, let's say, was booked at an interest rate of 7.5%. Now, this is an interest rate that is not available today in the market. I had booked it some time back and it is continuing. Now, I am very reluctant to break this deposit, right? So what do? Rather than breaking the deposit, I say give me money against this deposit, right? So that is the loan against deposit. A lot of us again have investments that are diversified, some which are lying in our bank account, some which is in the form of a deposit, some which are in stocks and shares, some which are in mutual funds and insurance policies. So whenever we are in need of funds, these are the alternatives that I can look into. So today, rather than breaking a deposit, I can always take a loan against deposit, which again is something that happens very, very quickly. Today, we have options of going in for a loan against deposit online. So there are a lot of all these products which are available online. I need a personal loan. All I need to do is log into internet banking and take a personal loan. I can see for myself what is the limit that I qualify for. And I don't need anyone. I don't need even the assistance of a banker. I just click the button which tells me this is the personal loan that you're eligible for. This would be the interest charge. If you're okay, click on the button and the money comes credited into your account. The same like a loan against fixed deposit. When I log into my internet banking, I know these are my fixed deposits. I think, do I need to break it? I say no, let's not break it. Let me take a loan against fixed deposit. I can choose in the internet banking platform itself that which are the deposits that I want to click, for which I want to offer a loan against deposit, and automatically once I do the formalities that is required, confirming to the rate of interest that is going to be charged, confirming to the amount of loan against fixed deposit I need, automatically these can be instantly credited as well. And that's why we say technology is making the customer do transactions in a very convenient and hassle-free manner. They can do transactions without reliance on people. I need not visit the bank. I need not wait in queue. I need not do lengthy and exhaustive paperwork, which again comes back in case if there are errors and mistakes committed, and the loan that I was supposed to get instantaneously now takes about 7 days, right? So these are the advances that we are making. Let's talk about the liability piece, the savings account. Yeah, all of us have savings accounts. All of us maybe have more than 1 or 2 savings accounts. The purpose of a savings account, as the name suggests, is for savings, right? I have some funds. Rather than keeping it in hard cash in my house, I can use a better option and I put it in a bank. Now, every time I put it in a bank, I also get some nominal amount as interest, right? So the savings account interest rate, not so attractive, but still the bank giving you some benefit in the form of interest that is being kept for the money that is lying in your savings account. Now, from the savings account, as and when money pools up, you also make investments. You can also look at alternatives there. So that is the purpose of a savings account, which helps you safely and securely park the money, the excess money that you have. It may be in one bank account or it may be spread over a range of accounts. Today, when we talk about savings account, it is necessary that as a country, we offer banking solutions to everyone. Every individual should have access to banking. Every individual should be in a position to hold a bank account. And that's why all banks today offer a range of savings account variants for their customers. To the small customer who maybe is a daily wage earner, not in a position to maintain those balances, even he or she is entitled to a bank account, like the affluent HNI customers who may have crores of money and want to park it in a account in the bank, right? For business transactions, I open a current account. So current account here is an account which will facilitate all the business transactions. So I can't do business related transactions in my savings account. For that purpose, I necessarily need to have a current account which takes care of whatever is the requirement for my business, be it in terms of making payments, receiving payments, a lot of, in case if I need any kind of credit facility, I can set up an overdraft, I can set up a limit. So all those options there, but the current account primarily for your business transactions. Today, the bank does not pay any interest on the money that is lying in your current account, right? So that is pure float for the bank, right? So today as a bank, if I have money in a savings account, I need to pay some amount. Even though the amount is very low, I still end up paying some nominal amount as interest to the savings account customers. But for the current account customer, it is completely no interest is being paid on current accounts. Then we have the term deposits. Term deposits include fixed deposits and recurring deposits. Again, each of these variants, be it a savings account, be it a current account, or your term deposits, you have options, different types of variants available depending upon the bank that you deal with, right? So term deposits, fixed deposits are money that have been given to a bank for a fixed tenure, right? So I might give it for a month, I might give it for 5 years or maybe 10 years. And depending upon the tenure that I choose, the banks decide on the interest rate that would be applicable for that customer. Right now, these interest rates are subject to change. The tenures are subject to change, but I can be rest assured that today, if I'm, let's say, booking 1 lakh rupee fixed deposit, which the bank says will pay me 6% fixed deposit interest rate, I can be rest assured that at the end of the year, when I give the fixed deposit receipt to the bank, I will get the assured rate of interest that was promised, right? So today we have the digital options of opening fixed deposits, the digital way of closing fixed deposits, but interest is paid for the period it stayed with the bank. So I might have opened it for 1 year, but let's say in 6 months time, I had an emergency and I had to withdraw, then appropriate interest rate would be paid to me, right? Fixed deposit interest rates, recurring deposit interest rates are higher than the savings account rates. And that's where, you know, the comparison comes in. Which bank is giving me a better rate? Now, when I'm talking and thinking about all these things, I'm also considering the kind of bank that I'm dealing with, right? So you have your nationalized banks, you might have your cooperative banks. Which bank I pay my money or park my money are all these factors that come into consideration. What is a recurring deposit? Fixed deposits, while I know many might be knowing, I want to understand what is a recurring deposit. Go ahead, let's hear from Roop Singh. Roop Singh, if you're around, can you tell me what is a recurring deposit?
Hello.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible to you?
Not visible.
Just a minute, ma'am.
Yes. Go
Hello.
ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Recurring deposit is deposit which is being deposited into the bank in a short period of time regularly.
Okay. Okay.
As
so
in
how
fixed
is it
deposits,
different from a fixed deposit?
as in fixed deposits, we deposit the amount in a lump sum, like in a single go, like we are depositing or in 5 lakhs, 6 lakh in just a one go. But in recurring deposit, we can deposit in short intervals, or the time, like we are with money, we are available with money, and we can deposit it into the bank. Apart from it, we are not allowed to withdraw it from it.
Okay. Okay.
Yes,
is that all? Okay. All right. Yes. Thank you. Let's hear it from Ujjwal.
Thank you,
Ujjwal, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Recurring deposit, it is a deposit in which we deposit, we invest in a month rather than invest a lump sum amount.
Okay, that is correct. So that is exactly the point that we mentioned here. It is important, which Roop mentioned. In a fixed deposit, we make a lump sum investment, right? As per the tenure that is chosen by me. So I put a lump sum. It can be as small as 5,000, or it can be a larger amount. I choose the tenure and I give that money upfront to the bank for that tenure, for which I get that nominated whatever is the applicable rate of interest. Recurring deposit is more like a structured investment, a small investment that I do consistently for the tenure that I choose. So today, if I don't have the lump sum of 1 lakh on hand, but I have a dream to build a corpus of 1 lakh, what do? Maybe I put in an investment of 5,000 every month, and over time I can bring the investment to a lump sum amount of 1 lakh. And that is the beauty of a recurring deposit. Everybody, and we have seen our parents do it, we see ourselves doing it, we see our friends and colleagues doing it. Any kind of small savings, if done repetitively, consistently over a period of time, it can create a healthy corpus for you. And that is the fundamentals of a recurring deposit. Just want to correct Roop here. It can be withdrawn as well. So like a fixed deposit that can be liquidated in times of need, recurring deposit can also be liquidated by the customer. But yes, that appropriate adjustments of interest will happen. In recurring deposit, the understanding or the underlying principle is every month you pay a fixed amount. So let's say if it is 5,000 that I'm comfortable contributing to a recurring deposit, it is given that I need to contribute 5,000 month on month for the tenure that is chosen by me. But let's say in case if I skip one of the months, then the maturity value would change, would fluctuate. In a fixed deposit, that change doesn't happen because whatever is given right up front. Whereas in recurring deposit, things are being pooled in on a monthly basis. So I skip my, my recurring deposit installments, the value changes. If I withdraw prematurely, my value changes. But again, I still have the facility to take a loan against fixed deposit. I still have the facility of taking a loan against recurring deposits as well. Today, again, like I said, technology helps me do all these, take recurring deposits, start recurring deposits, fixed deposits at the click of a few buttons, and need not necessarily involve me going to the bank and filling up the paperwork. So that is the recurring deposit product. So all those products that I said, a lot of variants available depending upon the kind of bank that you bank with. And you have those choices which the customer can pick and choose. What is the product that you want to avail? How is it that it would vary? Today, when we talk about, primarily a bank account, we talk about savings accounts. It is meant for savings. It is repayable on demand, which means whatever is the balance that I see in my savings account, I can ask the bank for it to be repaid back to me at any point in time. And that's why it is said it is also a demand deposit. Money that is lying in my savings account can be withdrawn by me at any point in time. Doesn't mean that fixed deposits can't be withdrawn. Fixed deposits also, the banks can help you make a closure or premature withdrawal, but there are penalties, right? Most of the banks try to restrict customers from making those withdrawals by introducing a clause like if you withdraw before term, then there would be a penalty or there would be an interest adjustment that would be happening. And basis that, yes, the money can still be withdrawn. But here in a savings account, there is no such rule. Whatever money you want, you can go ahead and make that withdrawal with and you can have those funds withdrawn. So that is why it is repayable on demand. Account holders can park their temporary surpluses eligible for interest, which is controlled by the RBI, payable on daily balance, and currently roughly around 3%. Right? So that is the average rate of interest that you would earn if you park your money in your savings account. Customers also get other benefits like an ATM card, like a checkbook facility, like a remittance facility, which means they can do funds transfers, they can receive funds, right? So all that facility is available on your savings account. We also need to understand that because it's a savings account, there are certain restrictions, which means that I can't do business transactions in my account. In case, let's say I'm having 25 lakhs in my savings account. If I need to withdraw cash, there would be questions asked. I need to complete the paperwork justifying why I need to withdraw in cash. So there are restrictions on the kind of transactions that happen. And as per the norms of the bank or the regulatory body, we also need to comply with those norms when I'm doing transactions on the savings account. So restrictions exist on the number of withdrawals in a specified period, right? How many transactions are allowed from cash withdrawal transactions allowed, or maybe ATM withdrawals allowed, after which it becomes chargeable, or maybe sometimes you also need to do those kind of paperwork. For example, if tomorrow I go and say I need 25 lakhs in cash, the banker will definitely ask, why do you need 25 lakhs in cash? Put it down in writing, give it to me, justify the need. So these are the kind of questions a responsible banker will end up asking. One needs to maintain the minimum balance stipulation or the average minimum balance requirement of the bank. Each bank has its own norms, and basis the decisions of the policymakers, the bank decides that these would be the average balances that the customer needs to maintain, right? I am a commercial entity. I offer services to you at a cost, and that is one of the clauses that comes with a savings account, that depending upon the type of account, you will also be entitled and should maintain those average balances. If you fail to do so, you will be charged, right? And that is the quarterly average balance charges that get levied, or it could be monthly average balance charges that get levied depending upon the type of bank account that you interact or deal with. Can be opened in single or joint names, right? So that is again a choice left to the customer, whether you want to have a single name, whether you want to have it in a joint name, whether you want to have a nomination, whether you don't want to have a nomination, right? How would be the limits, right? Sometimes you would want to make those things very, very clear that unless both of us sign, money should not be withdrawn, or maybe either of us can independently operate those accounts. So those would be the features that you would go into depending upon your choice. So trading and business organizations are prohibited from holding savings bank accounts. It is expected that they open current accounts because they are in the purpose, or they are in the nature of doing business. Current accounts caters to the needs of the customer who are in business, unrestricted operations. So unlike a savings account, which might say, not more than 10 withdrawals or not more than 5 ATM withdrawals, or these are the limits that exist on your transactions, current account has no such restrictions. You might have 10 transactions or you might have 200 transactions in your account in a single day. That is fine. Because I know you're doing business, your type of transactions will vary, the kind of volumes may vary. So in a savings account, primarily, you might not get too much of inflow. A savings account, maybe once, twice, thrice, 4 times a month, there might be some credits. But in a current account, the situation is very, very different, right? In a day, you might have 200 credits and still that will be okay because that's the kind of businesses that you run. But having said that, be it savings or current, the transactions are constantly monitored to check that legitimate transactions are happening in the banking channel. The transactions are lawfully allowed. So we don't want any kind of illegal transactions happening in the system. So current accounts caters to the business needs of the customers, unrestricted transactions, higher minimum balances. See, as a bank, I have to service the current account customer more, because their transactions are more. I need to, their requirements are much more unlike a vanilla savings account customer. So obviously I charge higher balances for the kind of services that I do. So while a savings account customer might come once or twice and stand in the cash counter, a current account customer might come 3 times in a day and request for cash funds, right? Just a simple example of how the quantum of transaction, the scale of transactions are different. So today, when I'm printing a passbook for a savings account customer, not more than 2 or 3 pages might happen for an entire month. But when I'm printing a current account customer statement, it is running into pages. 30 days of transactions can also mean 300 pages of customers' transactions, right? So that is the difference. So obviously, I charge more. I charge more in the form of higher minimum balances. I don't pay any interest for the balance that they park in their current accounts, and additional documents required depending upon the constitution of the account. Current account customers are varied. It can be a sole proprietor who's operating the account independently, individually, or it could be a partnership firm which has 2 or more partners. It could be an HUF. It could be a limited company. It could be a public limited company. It could be a society. It could be a club or an association. So different types of constitutions, and basis each of those constitutions, my documentation check would vary, right? So today when I'm opening the account of a sole proprietor, I just need to do the paperwork of one individual, right? I take his ID, address, proof, so on and so forth, and the account can be set up. But let's say if I'm opening the account of a limited company, the entire thing changes. I need to collect additional documents like who are the people who have formed the company, who are the people who will going to operate the accounts, who are the people, what is the purpose of the account, what is the purpose of this formation of this company, right? So all those documents would vary from company to company, constitution to constitution. And that is why we say there are additional documents in a current account. So the difference, if you were to say the difference between the two, savings is for savings, current account is for business, interest is payable on savings, no interest payable on current account, restrictions on your transactions in savings account, no such restriction on your current account, minimum balance is higher in a current account as against to a savings account. So these are the basic differences between savings and current account transactions. Today, when we talk about fixed deposits again, a very, very important component for the bank in terms of taking money, right? As a bank, I make money when I lend because I charge higher interest, but I also need to have funds, and these funds come to me when customers place money in fixed deposits. I can't bank on the money that has been given to me in the form of savings and current account balances. Why? Because these can be withdrawn by the customer at any point in time. I can't say, no, you can't take the money that is lying in your savings and current account. But alternatively, when a customer says, okay, this is 1 lakh given to you for a period of 5 years, I am relatively sure that unless an emergency comes in, I am having this money for a term of 5 years and I can plan something against it, right? And that is the reason banks say that, we will introduce a penalty clause in case if you withdraw prematurely before the term gets over. And that's why fixed deposits that are open for a specified period, premature withdrawal permitted, but with a penalty. Rate of interest depends upon the period of the deposit, calculated and paid at quarterly basis. Now, the customers here again have a choice. They can take it at monthly intervals, they can take it at quarterly intervals, or they can take it on maturity. Depending upon what you choose, your maturity amounts would fluctuate. Interest in excess of 40,000 is also subject to TDS in case of individuals and 50,000 in case of senior citizens. So any interest income, if it crosses these thresholds, as a bank, I'm also responsible to deduct TDS and remit it to the government, right? So that again is a responsibility that comes. Loans can be availed against the security of a fixed deposits, which we saw. Where I can take a loan facility on an existing deposit without breaking the deposit. Recurring deposits, like we discussed, allows a fixed savings every month. It again comes for a fixed period. Most of the time, recurring deposit interest rates are same as the fixed deposit interest rates. Only thing, how the money is coming in, that differs. In lump sum, it comes in the form of a fixed deposit right at the start. It comes in a phased manner in a recurring deposit on a monthly basis. Interest as applicable as fixed deposits. Premature withdrawal here again attracts a penalty depending upon the norms of the bank, and loan facility available even against an RD. So these were the primary products and the basic banking that we wanted to introduce you to under an overview of banking, under the basics of banking, be it the various asset products, be it the various liability products, something that helps a common man, helps the customer at the end. All right. Any questions before we proceed further? Anyone has any questions? Yeah. Yes, Narendra? Go ahead.
Yeah. Vidya, apart from, all this, basics of banking and banking sector knowledge and other, things which we have incorporated in grooming, I am part of, this Access Interviews panel and observing that people are not able to articulate, their role. What are they going to do? So my request, if you could spare some time to tell them clearly that what is this PBRM role all about, and maybe 3-4 lines which they should be able to talk about in their own language.
Okay. So we will be having that session tomorrow where we will be introducing them to Axis Bank, the products of Axis Bank. What is the role clarity of a relationship manager? Yes, so I know covering that. Yeah.
So I know it is there in the plan, but Vidya, there are a couple of candidates whose interviews is planned tomorrow and they are attending today's session. So I think if you spare 5-10 minutes on that, it would be beneficial for them.
Okay, sure.
Because, they are not able to articulate it well that what they are going to do.
Okay.
And every candidate is being asked what they know about this PBRM role.
Very
every candidate is being asked.
Okay.
Yeah. So my request, if you can spare just 10 minutes every day on this, so that people who are scheduled for day after tomorrow session, they can be, they know what is their role, because, day after tomorrow, they will not join, or maybe some of these candidates will not join tomorrow also.
Achha. Okay, fair enough. So let's have that discussion here. Friends, like Narendra said, as a banker, if I am picking you up or, selecting you as a candidate for this role, the clarity of the role is very important. I need to understand what is the preparation that you have done to come on board as a potential candidate for a role that has been given to you. All of you all applying for the role of a priority banking relationship manager, which means that this is a role which talks about relationship banking, which talks about relationship management, but of priority customers. Now, who are priority customers? Priority customers are those customers who keep substantial balances with the bank, right? These are your cream customers, customers who are beyond the ordinary set of customers. These are customers whose relationships are huge with the bank, be it in the form of investments, be it in the form of funds that they hold in their bank accounts, right? Now, when I say that I am handling the accounts of these high net worth customers, I need to value these customers. I am grateful for these customers that they have chosen Axis Bank as the bank to park their funds. Now, when I am handling these customers, I need to be sensitive about the needs and requirements of these customers. Not every customer gets the privilege of a relationship banker, right? A relationship banker is being offered to customers who are eligible, right? So I might be keeping 10,000 rupees in my account, but that does not entitle me to a relationship manager. But if I keep balances which are over and above 2 lakhs, that is when the time the bank feels, okay, this person requires a dedicated relationship manager who will act as an investment advisor, who will act as a solutions provider for this set of customers. So today, when I talk about relationship management, it is something that is looked upon very, very minutely by every bank. Why? Because relationship managers are people who are handling the accounts of very, very sensitive, high profile customers, right? So today, at any point in time, even if one of these customers are upset, are irate, these would be the people who would be, taking away those substantial balances and moving to a competition bank. Now, that is a scenario that we are not in, we don't want. So what do? I create relationship managers who are competent, who are well educated, who know what is it that it takes to handle that kind of a role. So when I talk about relationship managers, understand it is a role that has a lot of focus and attention in a bank like Axis Bank. Axis Bank wanting to make sure that relationship managers understand very clearly that while you have been given a portfolio, while you have given the responsibility of handling the bank account, you also need to make sure that you are able to drive business out of these customers. So I am not just happy you servicing the customer and, handling maybe their transactional requirement, just a statement they diya, yeah, the customer is in need of a loan, you sold, you cross-sold a loan product to the customer. I want repeat business from the customer. The more business the customer gives the bank, the more products the customer gives the bank, the better is the profitability for the bank, better is the relationship, because the customer will not then quickly move away. If I have a loan running, if I have a investment running from the bank, if I have a savings account, if I have the accounts of my children and my spouse, it becomes very difficult for me to break that relationship, So I stay connected with the bank. I continue banking with that bank. And that is what relationship management is all about. Someone who drives business for the bank, at the same time taking care of the customers, valuing the relationship. Today, any relationship manager, what is the core functions that they have to do? They have to acquire. Acquisition is a key role. Every relationship manager should be in a position to bring new customers on board. A bank will be profitable if there are more and more customers. And if I've hired you to be a relationship manager, you also need to make sure that you bring in additional customers. So acquisition and sales is a key role that you will be playing. Second, relationship management. I have given you a customer. This is a customer who was happy banking with us. Now, when you take over the portfolio, the customer should continue to remain happy. I do not want to create a situation where the customer is upset with the relationship manager because maybe you do not know what needs to be done. It could be a default in service. It could be a lack of information, lack of knowledge, right? So relationship building is also equally important. So not only bringing in fresh customers, but holding on to the relationships that have been given to you, be it the portfolio or the set of customers that has been given to you or the ones that you have brought on board. These customers should remain vested with Axis Bank. Right now, every customer that remains with Axis Bank, I want to look for additional opportunities, right? So I also want to deepen the relationship. I brought a customer, I opened a savings account. My job doesn't end there. I have to make sure he's looked after, he or she is looked after, he or she is happy with the banking services, with the suggestions that I give as a relationship manager. And also, I as a relationship manager want to look for opportunities. I want to check with this customer. Are there any opportunities for additional accounts? Can I think of opening your son's account, daughter's account, wife's account, parents' account? That is the deepening that I do. So from every one customer, I am looking at multiple further accounts, further relationships. And that is the deepening that I do with each of these relationships. So be it acquisition, be it retention, be it deepening, I would want to make sure that a relationship manager is proficient in all these things. And that's why I said, you know, how you conduct yourself, how you come across in an interview becomes extremely critical. I need to have someone who has the confidence of dealing with these HNI customers. These are not your regular customers whom you say, you know, a lot of time, these are customers who want preferential treatment, right? So the moment an HNI customer walks in, they want to be treated differently. Their things should happen quickly, process faster. So please understand the responsibilities that that come with the role, a relationship manager role, which is a key initiator of business, which is someone who is bringing in new business for the bank, is also servicing customers, is also making sure that the customers' needs and requirements are met with, and proactively attending to that. Right? So today, if a customer says that I have a requirement for a home loan, I would want a relationship manager who proactively, quickly looks out for solutions for me, gives me that these are your options, these are the differences, this is what I would suggest, this is what I would recommend, so on and so forth. So I think of my relationship manager first. The more the rapport and the engagement that a relationship manager has with the customer, better it is, right? Because it is a win-win. Otherwise, a strained relationship, a neglected customer is enough to, you know, actually make a substantial dent in your portfolio. One upset customer, if he moves out, he is also taking substantial business with him or her. And that is something that you need to understand. So today, when I have a relationship manager, I want a relationship manager who's flexible. Right? I can't have a mindset that I go to office at 9 o'clock and I leave office at 5 o'clock. That is not the way or the work of a relationship manager. If a customer calls me at 6 p.m., I should be up and ready and meet the customer at 6 p.m. If the customer wants an early appointment and wants to meet me before going to work, I should be flexible enough. So I have to work as per the likings of my customer. Right? So it might mean that I stretch. It might mean that I do a little bit more. There are expectations riding on you. And these are business expectations, service expectations, right? And this has to be a level above what my other customers get. So today, if I have an account that is being opened in 2 days for a regular customer, my priority customer will definitely tell me, open it for me in a couple of hours. Because that is the privilege and that is the service that I demand. If everybody is getting it in 2 hours, or if everybody is getting it in account is getting opened in 2 days, what have you done extra for me? Why should I place that money with you? And that is the logics that you need to start thinking on. How do you deliver that extra? How do you deliver that wow factor for the customer? Yeah, today a customer is given a dedicated relationship manager, someone who is available to him for all their requirements. So I will not go to 10 people to have my requirements answered. I am a high net worth customer. I need a loan. You will assist me with that. I need a credit card. You will help me with that. I want to open an insurance. You will help me with that. So you are a single point contact for all my requirements. And that is something that you need to understand. When a relationship manager is brought on board, he or she should be good at all these things, be it time management, be it flexibility, be it the desire and the motivation to work, drive business. Very, very critical. And that is the role understanding that you have. One pointer that I would like to give you is look into the program prospectus, understand what are the things that we are training you on. What are the things that a relationship manager does? Today, all of you all have banks around you. Private sector banks are there around you at every nook and corner. There's an Axis Bank in your town and city. Have a walk into the bank and experience for yourself how the working happens, right? What is it that a relationship manager does? How is it that he drives business? Because that is the role that you're going to play down the line. So the more awareness about your role, the better it is for you. Secondly, a relationship manager is supposed to be someone who's very confident and competent. Why? Because your suggestion is actively looked into and worked into by the customer. So today, when I talk about a relationship manager's pitch, sales pitch, has to be effective. So if I'm a relationship manager wanting to sell a credit card, the customer should feel, yes, this is a good product. This is a product that I would like to avail. And for that, you need to make sure that you pitch products in a manner that is effective, that generates that curiosity and interest in the minds of the customer. Selling is going to be a key role, which means there's a lot of movement. It will not be a profile where you're sitting on your desk. It will be a profile where you're out there on the field, meeting customers at their offices, at their residence, as per the timelines given to them. It could be over a weekend at times. It could be on a late evening appointment that you have. And these are things that you should be ready for. So today, when an Axis Bank interviewer asks you, are you okay with such kind of a role? I would want someone who answers in the positive. I would want someone who tells me that, yes, I am ready for such a role. I am up for the challenge, right? Today, if I have a mindset that no, I'm not going to go out of office, I am not going to meet customers at their residence, then that is someone that, it is advisable that you don't go for the interview or you don't appear, because these are things that you will have to be ready and okay with, right? So meeting customers, talking to customers, I am shy. I don't talk to customers. I wait for them to speak to me. Again, something that will not work well with your profile. You would need to go out to the customer. You would need to proactively pitch the products of the customer. Today, the customer is not interested. If I have a need, I will definitely ask you, okay, give me a credit card. But otherwise, I have 3. I don't need you to give me a credit card. Now, as a RM, I still have a target. I still have to sell credit cards. So I need to speak to all my customers, right? So a lot of times it is you who will be initiating those discussions, you who will be meeting up these customers. And that is something, again, that I should be ready for. Right? Because it's a relationship manager role, it is a target-driven role. Let us also understand that. It is not a team role. It is not as if I am having 10 people under me who will, do things. So it's not a managerial position. It is an individual role which is target-based. So every product will be given a set target and you have to meet those numbers. The only way you meet those numbers for the year would be making sure that you meet your weekly numbers, your daily numbers, your monthly numbers, and only then will you be able to achieve your annual numbers, right? The budgets that we say. So your targets are going to be checked. Your performance will be the indicator which will help you rise in your careers. So today, when I say that, I am a relationship manager, expect that daily there will be questions asked on what has been your contribution, what is the business input from your side. So I can't be a role which, you know, jab business hoga tab dekha jayega. No, there is a clear mandate that every day, month on month, I expect these numbers coming in from the relationship manager. And for that, we will give you the training. We will give you all the skill sets that is required. But at the end of the day, performance will matter. The delivery has to be seen in terms of numbers, in terms of business figures. And that is how your performance will be tracked. So today, if I want to grow in the organization, I need to make sure that my numbers are better than my competitor. My numbers are better than my colleagues. Only then will I have a fast track growth. And there are many success stories in Axis Bank where people, after joining the program, have done phenomenally well. Why? Because by the time you enter the bank, you are role ready. You know what it is that takes to do well in the bank. You know the systems, you know the products, you have enough experience in handling customers through the mock sessions that we do, right? So all that is an edge and an advantage to you, which works well in your career graph as well. So these are the considerations that we would want. Today, if you're coming to an interview panel on Axis Bank, it is expected that you would have undergone a research, you would have taken the efforts and pain to know about Axis Bank. When was it formed? Who is the CEO? Who is the MD CEO? Who is what is the kind of presence Axis Bank has in terms of number of branches, in terms of products? What are the kind of products that you have heard about? Have you ever visited an Axis Bank branch? Are you availing of a product from Axis Bank? Why is Axis Bank important to you? Right? Why is it that you want to come onto this profile? And these are questions that will come up in the interview, right? What makes this role so interesting for you? How is it that you will meet the challenges of targets that will be coming your way, right? How is it that you will maybe handle a difficult customer? What will you do if you are expected to join at a location which is other than your state or maybe your city? Right? Now, these are challenges that will be posed to you and you need to respond appropriately, right? I need people who are confident, who are willing to take up those challenges. People who are shy, people who are difficult at conversing will have a difficult time in the interview as well. Why do you think we say, you know, participate in the sessions, come forward so that we can groom you appropriately? Be it in terms of dress. Today, if I have to introduce a customer to a high net worth customer, my relationship manager at least should look presentable. I should feel him or she can be introduced to a successful HNI customer. If my HNI customer looking at that person is not willing to engage or does not look professional enough, business is not going to come your way. So it is very, very important how I present myself. What is the dress code that I use? And that's why I pinpointed candidates who are not appropriately groomed. It may be a training session, but tomorrow these are the wannabe candidates for a relationship manager. This itself is a disqualification and the candidate will be thrown out saying that, no, you are not the right fit. And that's why you need to be conscious about what is it that you say. Are you able to present your thoughts well? Sometimes, unless you speak up, you don't really know whether the words are flowing properly, whether there is a logical connect to the things that you say, right? In the interview, you get a minimum bare 15 minutes at max, depending upon the kind of questions that are posed to you. So your body language becomes important. How confident you come across, that becomes important. Your answers are important. What is it that you say? Are these answers relevant to the question being asked? Or are you just saying whatever comes to your mouth? Because going by that, I'm selecting you. And if selected, you are going to be speaking to my very, very important premium customers. So I need the right candidate to be put in front of a customer as a relationship manager. And these are the thought processes that are running in the minds of the interviewer. Can he or she work with difficult customers? Can he or she be confident in front of an HNI customer? Is he or she presentable? Is he or she looking like a professional candidate? Do you have the awareness? Do you have the knowledge? Even the basics. So while we understand you may not be experts, but at least basics. So today I have a candidate in front of me who has no clue about banking or banking products. and I have a candidate with me who has some information, I would prefer the second one, right? Because this person would be slightly easier for me to train and groom as against someone who's completely clueless. Now, this is a change that you can do for yourself. Catch upon reading, go through the Axis Bank website, look at the awards that they have won. What are the recent achievements and milestones of Axis Bank? That are the things that we would want you to look into. So this was the little bit that I wanted to talk to you about Axis Bank. Yes, all the best to candidates who are going in for interviews tomorrow. Like I said, go through the bank site, go through the the information that is available, be it on the bank, be it on the role, be it on the banking products, and be updated on current affairs as well. A lot of times questions are asked on current affairs, basic questions in terms of it could be what is happening in the country right now, or what is happening with Axis Bank, some kind of achievements, awards that it has won, the MD CEO, the questions on those kinds. We would want you to check your banking awareness as well. So that's why you can expect questions on banking awareness. There could be questions on recent happenings, like, for example, who's the prime minister, who's the president. The interviewer can pick up any questions, right? The awareness levels is what is being checked. Most of you are also constantly preparing for competitive exams, so you know the kind of questions that are likely to come up in these interviews. So that is something that you can prepare yourself for. In terms of there would be 4 sets of questions. One where we talk about your capabilities, your strengths. So please have that and understanding. If someone asks you your competencies, your strengths, have an answer ready. Why should we select you for the role? You should be in a position to answer that. What makes you a better candidate as against someone else? So these are answers that you can keep ready. Something about the banking industry, like the overview of banking, what are the players, how does the bank facilitate or help the customer? Those kind of questions on banking can be expected. Some terms like maybe an RTGS, what is a CRR, an SLR, a repo rate. These are questions that you can be prepared for on the banking space. Definitely questions on the role. Like I said, what is the expectation? What is the understanding of a relationship manager? Those will be critical. And of course, questions on the bank in terms of what do you know about Axis Bank? How long has it been? What are the kind of information in terms of products, in terms of branches, in terms of the information about Axis Bank in general? So these would be some of the questions that you can definitely expect. Then you can have those basic questions on current affairs as well, which would mean, any kind of who's the governor of RBI, who's the president, prime minister of India, or for that state, whichever that you belong to. What is the latest news that is happening? So that's why keep, subscribe to maybe an app like an ET, Economic Times app, which gives you the latest economic updates that is happening in the country. Because today, when we talk about banks, the global situation also has an impact on your economy, on your banking. So a little bit of awareness on that front is also equally important. So these were some of the inputs. Like I said, the sessions will continue. So, whoever wishes to attend the subsequent sessions, we all the best to you. For those who are attending the interviews, again, I wish you all the best. And that's it from me. Let me see if anybody has any further questions. Go ahead, ask any questions if you have.
Ma'am,
any further questions, doubts? Yes, Vishal.
Ma'am, some time back, during interviewer ask why Axis Bank?
So why Axis Bank? What makes Axis Bank unique? These are questions that you should know. Today, if it is a leading bank, there are other competition banks as well. And I also would like to know what draws you to Axis Bank. So you should be in a position to answer what is it about Axis Bank that fascinates you, right? It could be the people, it could be the work culture, it could be the kind of products and services that they have to offer. So today, when there are so many competition banks and you say you want to become a part of Axis Bank, create those answers. Decide for yourself, what is it about this bank that attracts you? Yes. Any other question? Yes, Shubham, go ahead.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible. Go ahead.
Ma'am, I had appeared in batch for interview also.
Acha, okay.
In previous months, I guess in March.
Okay.
But when I didn't get selected due to there was a power cut in at that time at my ex's interview.
Okay.
So I just want some suggestions regarding my interview. If I guess you're not aware of my last interview.
Okay.
But
so again, like I said, these are interviews that would be conducted virtually. These are interviews that are time-bound interviews. A candidate gets a very limited timeline within which the interviewer is expected to speak to the candidate, understand what could be the possible strong points that a candidate has, what could be identify any kind of areas of improvement, and basis that take a call whether the candidate can be groomed into the role of a relationship manager. Now, when these interviews are being conducted, we would want you to have these interviews conducted as seamlessly without any interruptions as possible, which means your devices that you use, right? So we don't expect everybody to have a laptop or a desktop, but whatever device that you're using, place it a little away from you, right? So that the interviewer can see your face. The face, the shoulders, itna to clearly dikhna chahiye. When you're holding it in the hand, there is constant movement, which makes it very, very shaky. So first, get yourself in a place which has adequate connectivity, because for 15 minutes, we want undisturbed, uninterrupted connectivity. Second, if there is a backup possible, arrange for a backup as well. So today, when you're sitting for an interview, I have a mobile which can be used immediately in case of a failure or something going wrong with my laptop. So a backup would always help. Network connectivity is important. Make sure there's adequate light. While the interviews are conducted during the day, it could also mean that you're sitting in a corner which is not sufficiently well lit, which means I can't see the candidate very well. The features are blurred. The network connectivity is poor, so there's constant कभी freeze हो रहा है आपका image, कभी आवाज ठीक से नहीं आ रही है. So all those interruptions are only going to bring down your your final image in the minds of the interviewer. So be a little conscious about that. Secondly, I told that you are going to be handling premium customers. So look that part. Someone who's serious about banking, someone who's serious about becoming a relationship manager. So I would want you to be appropriately dressed. Generally, a coat, a blazer generally adds value in case of men, and the same applies for women as well. I would want that personality to reflect through. But having said that, an image which is well dressed but you can't speak, you have problems putting your thoughts, is not going to work for you. It has to be a total image. Axis very, very choosy in picking up candidates for this role, and rightly so, right? Because I'm putting you in front of a customer who has lakhs with me. Now, if I put an incompetent candidate, obviously I'm not only losing the candidate, I'm also losing my precious customer. And I'm not giving you one, I'm giving you 200 such customers. So that is not a chance Axis will like to take. So I will be extremely selective in handpicking people who are the right fit, which also means that you have the requisite knowledge. So while I repeat, I don't expect you all to be experts, but awareness levels I would want you to be having. I want you to give the indication to the customer, to the interviewer, that aap jo bolo main train ho jaunga. I have the capability and the confidence that once given the right training, I will be able to deliver. And I'm not scared of targets, right? I may not have worked in sales also, but I'm confident because I'm confident in my abilities. And that is the image that you want to get projected to the customer, to the interviewer panel. So lighting theek rakhiye, grooming theek rakhiye. The moment the interviewer asks you a question doesn't mean you have to give the answer on the spot. एक second का pause लेके सोच लीजिए how I should frame my answer. What should the answer be all about? Right? Sometimes we are so fast and interested in giving the answer, शायद कभी-कभी हम question भी पूरा सुनते नहीं हैं. So let us not assume. If someone is speaking, take a pause, let the person complete the question. If there is a confusion, before you respond, ask for clarity. Is this what you're looking for, or is this what you mean by your question? It is okay. Aap pooch lo, clarify kar lo, rather than giving an answer which is irrelevant from their perspective. So don't be in a haste. Take your time. Be confident. Nervousness theek hai, but if that nervousness is so much, as a interviewer, I'm thinking, imagine if he or she, the candidate, is so nervous, how he or she will talk to my customer. And that is the thought that I'm having. Whereas a candidate who is confident in front of me, I can be rest assured that he or she will appear confident in front of my customer as well. So don't let your nerves overshadow your performance, right? So little bit of nervousness is good because I am constantly alert. I'm preparing myself. All right. Does that answer you, Shubham?
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, can we have a quick mock interview?
Interview? What kind of interviews? Tell me, what were the questions that were asked in your previous interview?
Ma'am, earlier it was asked that whether I am free, whether I am open to relocate anywhere in India. So
and what was your response?
Yes, I agreed, ma'am.
Yeah. So you need to confidently agree. So today when I say that, let's say if you're from Kolkata and I say that, I'm going to place you in Mumbai, you should say that I don't mind challenges. This is the age when you grow as an individual. This is the age that you would want to explore. These are challenges that you would want to meet head on, right? These are opportunities. So consider them as opportunities. Nothing stops you from going over. Today, they might ask you, how will you work in that environment in a completely new city? Say that I will meet people. I will take the support of my colleagues, my supervisors. I will want to learn more about that place before I go. Right? So the more research I do, the better I am. Today, I would want to engage with customers. I would want to speak with customers. I would seek references for additional business. I will try and quickly pick up the language. Right? So at every point in time, at every answer, your answer is positively inclined. Nothing that shows hesitation, nothing that shows negativity, but something which says, the candidate is looking forward. So even if it is moving away from hometown, I'm confident. Maybe you have done it in the past. Maybe while I was studying, I stayed away from my family. I can manage my own affairs, right? I can handle those situations. And at the same time, if there are targets and business pressures, I can do that also. I am confident. And if I feel I am confident, I say that to you, it makes better. Sometimes we are not sure. Nahi, dekhunga, sochunga, I need help. When these kind of hesitancy comes, I am also as an interviewer a little hesitant. Maybe I can pick someone else. Maybe I can pick someone better. Yeah.
So I have another question, ma'am. Ma'am, right now I am working for Sundaram Finance Limited since 1 year as a marketing associate, and I am dealing in vehicle loans. So, ma'am, how do I reflect this, my experience? As it is also
it reflects positively
based.
Because auto loans is one of the products of Axis Bank as well, and you are already in marketing, which means that you are meeting up with people, you are engaging with people, you are responding to their questions on, every time there is a question on the product that you are selling, you are aware of what it takes. So this is an addition. This is a feather in your cap that you already have some limited exposure. Maybe it is on one specific vertical, but that's okay, because out of the 25 products that you have to sell, you are already clear on one. You just have to do the balance 24, for example, right? So that is how you need to present yourself. So I picked this up in 1 year's time, right? By now, you are an expert on at least your bank, on your organizations, that particular vertical. They will also ask you how successful you are. Have you been able to achieve those targets? And you should have those answers ready. How many times you've been doing well? Why do you need to change? Right? So again, these are questions that you will need to know. What is it that is drawing you? If someone who's already comfortable in a role wants to switch and come over to Axis, give me a logical reason why it draws you to that role. What is about that role that makes it so exciting?
Ma'am, as Axis Bank is a premium brand, and it is a fast growing organization, and it is offering more than the organization I'm working right now. So I'll be, it will be great.
The opportunity to grow, the opportunity to have a faster career growth, the opportunity to be associated with one of the best banks in the country are all reasons why I would want to join Axis Bank. Why not? Why not? Talk favorably about the organization. Yeah, know a little bit about the organization.
Okay.
All right. Yes, I see a hand raised by Gaurav. Go ahead.
Hello.
Yes.
मैं मान लीजिए किसी को इंटरव्यू में इंग्लिश बोलने में प्रॉब्लम होगा, क्या वो हिंदी में बोल सकता?
दिक्कत होगी Gaurav. Let me make it very clear. Axis Bank is putting you in front of customers who are going to be well versed in English, and I can't have a relationship manager who is not able to converse in English. आप जो भी emails डालोगे अपने customers को हिंदी में नहीं लिखने वाले, आप इंग्लिश में कस्टमर्स को ईमेल कॉरेस्पॉन्डेंस करोगे. जब आप अपने सुपरवाइजर से ईमेल लिखोगे, अगेन इंग्लिश इज द लैंग्वेज ऑफ कॉरेस्पॉन्डेंस. सो वीक इन इंग्लिश इज ओके, बट नॉट एबल टू स्पीक एट ऑल इज अ डेफिनेट नो नो. You would need to upskill. You will have to practice, right? So while the customer, अगर मैं आपके सामने आती हूँ and I am a customer who is comfortable speaking in English, in Hindi, ठीक है, आपका काम हो जाता है. But what if you are posted in, let's say, आपका गौरव posting हो गई चेन्नई में, जहाँ पे very few people converse in Hindi and maybe English is the language that they do. So what will you do? मेरे को तो तकलीफ होगी ना if I take a candidate who cannot be posted in a location. I have hired you, but you are not in a position to survive in that situation. So that is the thing as an interviewer I'm looking at. That I need a candidate who can fit everywhere. Yeah. So you need to put yourself, so you might be weak, but you should still be in a position to complete a conversation. So if an interviewer is asking you, आपको वो बात समझ में आनी चाहिए, which means that you should know English. Secondly, the attempt should be speaking in English, which means that you should be in a position to frame your sentences and answers, which is well understood by the interviewer as well. Finally, in front of the customer, आप English में बात कर सकते हैं, हिंदी में बात कर सकते हैं, but I can't have a candidate who can't write an email, who can't correspond to his supervisors, and I can't have a person at RM level. आप entry level में नहीं हो, and that is I want to reiterate time and again. It is not a junior level position. It is a relationship manager position that you are employed in. And imagine what will be the customer perception. Oh my God, is Axis Bank hiring people like that who don't understand English, who can't speak in English? So that is not the image that the bank would like. So let's be clear on that. So practice. And the more you say, the better you get.
Okay, ma'am.
All right. Yes. Yes, Nizam? Is there a question?
Am I audible to you, ma'am?
Go ahead.
Sometimes something is happened, the interviewer asks some questions and we don't know anything about that particular question. Then how can we tackle this kind of interviews question?
Honesty is the best policy. So today, if you have been asked something for which you don't know the answer, be honest about it and admit it. I don't know. There is no harm. I can't be an expert everywhere now. So that is okay. An honest answer is better than bluffing, than saying something which is incorrect. An honest candidate will always be preferable rather than a dishonest candidate who bluffs and tries to show that I know everything, right? So as long as you know whatever little it is welcome. If you don't know, it is better to be honest about it and say, I'm sorry, I don't know the answer. Kya hoga? What would be the worst that could happen in an interview? You will not get selected. That is still, again, not the end of the world. Opportunities will keep coming and we only get better.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Yes. Yes, Pintu?
Good morning, ma'am. I am Pintu, ma'am, from Bihar. Ma'am, sometimes it is asked situation-based questions.
Like?
And when I am not able to ask, tell the questions of answer of these questions. So
again,
because I am a ma'am, because I am a
need a little
fresher.
bit of clarity. Have you appeared for an interview in the past?
No, ma'am. First time I have passed in the NIIT interview, and
so जब
I
ये
think it may be
situation-based
asked.
question आप पूछ रहे हो, तो what exactly are you meaning?
Ma'am, I want that you tell me something about these types of questions. situation based.
Situation based customer questions, yani kya?
Yeah,
For example,
customer related
what will you
questions.
do if the customer is upset with you or angry with you? How will you handle that customer?
Yeah.
अगर ऐसा एक situation दिया तो you tell me, what will you do? There is a customer who's upset and angry at you. What will you do?
Then I will try to convince him by telling the products of the Axis Bank and telling them whatever details about them.
See, first, if anybody is upset or angry at you, you would first want to know the reason why the customer is upset or angry. Is it something that you have done? Is it something that has gone wrong for the customer? It is not, you need to identify the cause. Once you identify the cause, then maybe you can provide a solution. So अगर आपसे गलती हुई है, तो there is no harm in accepting that in front of the customer. No harm in running around because वो customer को पता है कि मैंने आपको ये काम बोला था, आपने किया नहीं, देर हो गई है, इसकी वजह से customer upset है. But important thing is for me to understand why the customer is upset. Okay, अब हो गया है गलती. Now what is the solution? What is the way ahead? I can't have a customer remain angry with me. This is a portfolio customer whose business is very, very important. So now I will look for solutions. Yes, sir, I had promised that I will get back to you yesterday, but yesterday I could not get all the answers. I have the answers today. Now let's talk about solutions. So whatever has happened in the past, maybe a mistake from your side or from somebody else, we need to move ahead. The relationships has to continue. It is not a break. It is not where, we break ties with the customer. No. How do we resolve the issue? So what is the customer's issue? What is bothering the customer? Let me find a solution. If I don't have a solution, I will look for help. Whom will I look for help? I will look for help from colleagues. I will look for help from my supervisors, my branch head. I will discuss the case. Sir, ये situation है, मैं क्या करूं? मुझे नहीं समझ में आ रहा. I will ask for assistance. Right? Yeah. But at the end of the day, when I meet my customer, I go to him or her with solutions. Sir, I have discussed, I checked, I spoke to my branch head. This is the solution that is being offered. Is it okay with you? I present those solutions. Now, maybe the customer says yes, no. Yes hai to achhi baat hai, no hai to again customer will say what is the customer specifically looking for, and maybe again you might have to redo the whole process. Check with your supervisor, speak to colleagues, discuss is this solution possible, and you will try to arrive at a consensus, a middle way where everyone is happy, right? It takes time, but it shows that you're putting in those efforts. So everybody makes mistakes. Mistakes is a part of the game, and mistakes are okay as long as the intent is right, right? हम कर रहे थे, गलती से mistake हो गई, it is tolerable. Everybody will forget and forgive, and we would want to move ahead. But things not doing consciously, I wanted to go home at 5 and that's the reason I did not do the work. That is the kind of approach which will not be tolerated. Customer का काम आज नहीं कल हो जाएगा, कल नहीं तो परसों हो जाएगा. That kind of attitude, the procrastination that usually comes in, the lack of seriousness, those are things that become completely not allowed in Axis Bank. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Shalini.
Thank you, ma'am.
Go ahead, Shalini.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am, when an interviewer asked me a question and I did not understand, then what to do?
Seek clarification. Because today you are not able to understand the interviewer, tomorrow it could be a customer. Interviewer के साथ तो फिर भी चल जाएगा, customer की बात आपको समझ में नहीं आएगा, it's a bigger problem. So at any point in time, if you do not understand anything, take a pause, request for a clarification. This is extremely important. If you assume something and do something which is not what the customer wanted, it is going to be a bigger problem and a more serious problem. Not only are you taking time and efforts and doing something, but you're doing it all wrong, which the customer or the interviewer did not want. So at any point in time, if things are not clear, seek clarifications and clarity.
Okay.
All right. One last question for the day before we wrap up the session. Nandan, let's hear Nandan's question.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I have a doubt regarding a situation. Like today, I have, for example, I have sat down, I have attended an interview, and during the eligibility criteria of the job, it was mentioned that the candidate needs to be a graduate. So graduation is not particularly specified. Like he should be like he should belong to the commerce. He should be a commerce graduate, arts graduate, or
it can be from
engineering
any
graduate.
stream.
So
Correct.
okay, ma'am. Now I want to take myself as an example. I have graduated recently from engineering. So, ma'am, during an interview, like I have attended an interview for an banking job. So during that interview, I have limited knowledge about that about banking or its functions, how it functions, how it works.
Okay.
So while an interview, the interviewer asked me about all these questions, and I don't have a good amount of knowledge about this. So will it affect the interviewer, or will it affect my interview?
See, friends, understand, when I'm taking an interview, I am expecting a candidate who meets most of my requirements, which means personality of the candidate is important, which means banking knowledge is important, understanding of the role is important, awareness of the bank is important, awareness of the markets is important. So एक question अगर आपका छूट गया, नहीं answer कर पाए, doesn't mean that the candidate is disqualified. Today I am looking at a complete package, and when I'm giving and telling it as a criteria कि I am welcoming people from non-commerce backgrounds also, it means that I am aware कि मेरे पास candidates आएंगे which may be belonging to the art stream, maybe from the science stream, and I'm okay. Agar if I was so choosy, I would have put it up right at the front कि I am looking for experienced banking candidates. Is that the qualifying criteria that I have given? No. I am welcoming freshers also. I am welcoming people from all streams. So I am prepared to take on candidates of your profile. But having said that, I would prefer to choose among the candidates that have come to me, which of them are the best suited. Right? And that's why we say, agar nahi hai to thoda pad lo, refresh kar lo. But that alone will not be a criteria to, say ki no, this is not a right fit. Because as an interviewer, I know the profiles that I am okay to select. And I'm okay to select people from other backgrounds. And that is fine.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, one more question.
Hmm.
Ma'am, like there are some people who don't know initially anything about banking, and like with proper training and exposure, they may develop fast and catch up things and learn about banking and its functions and all this properly, and like they have a bright future ahead. So how does to say, man, his interview had not gone that really well, but like he had the potential to be developed, and because he had that character of learning fast, catching things, and eagerly, and he has the character of learning and working and dedicating to learn more and more about banking.
So what is the question here?
So, ma'am, is there like any any seconds to be specified
Ma'am, should I explain this
while
question?
attending an interview?
Continue.
Like, is there any specified way to like mention about this drawback during an interview?
Why do you want to highlight your drawbacks in the interview? Your challenge is to making sure that you get the most positive image in front of the interviewer. So today, when I say that rejecting a candidate doesn't mean that the candidate doesn't have potential. Rejecting the candidate is simply because I found a better candidate. Doesn't mean it is a reflection of your qualities, or doesn't mean that I don't have the confidence in you that if I groom you well, you will be given that opportunity. In that current scenario, out of 200 odd candidates, I have a vacancy for 10. So I have spoken to all 200 and picked the best 10 that I felt were the best pick of the lot. That is all it talks about you. It tells you that there was a better candidate which the person selected. Doesn't mean that you are not trainable. Doesn't mean that I don't have confidence in you. I just found someone better. It's like, you are playing a sport. Today I have, let's say I'm playing cricket and I have a goal of 200 runs to be achieved. If I score a 0 today, doesn't mean that I am not a good batsman. Today things did not work out for me. Today there was someone else who did that and won that man of the match award. So it is important that you deliver when it is needed. And that requires a little bit of prep. That requires you to be prepared. But at the end of the day, if there is a better candidate, that is what it is. And that is a reality that you will have to accept. And not only here, but even when you join the organization. Just because you have joined Axis Bank as a priority relationship manager doesn't mean career promotions would happen. Career promotions, fast track growth, incentives, awards, recognition, rewards will come to deserving candidates. Right? And that is where we say merit talks, performance talks, and that is the only benchmark. So if as a candidate, I know these are my flaws, let me take steps to correct it. Let me take steps to overcome it. I am happy that you know what your flaws are, because that means the path ahead is clear for you कि ये चीजें मुझे करनी है. If knowledge is a gap, I need to make sure that I need to brush up on my banking knowledge. If maybe details about the role or the bank is something that I need to work on, let me take efforts. Rewards will come to deserving candidates. But having said that, this is not the end of the world also. This is not the end of the world. So try and keep that attitude, because in sales, once you become on the job, if everything becomes so critical for you, it's going to be difficult. आप 10 customers से मिलेंगे, शायद सारे 10 आपके products ना लें. How will you absorb that failure? And that again is a competency that I would want to see in the candidates. Something that allows them to get up again even after rejections, because sales may rejections is a part of life. You speak to 10 people, one will agree. So how do you take rejections is again something that you will have to learn. And rejection in interview is one thing. Rejection out there once you become an employee, and rejection from a customer, it will again be something that you will have to be taking. So the mental strength, the emotional strength will have to be found by each one of you all.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, friends, for that engaging session. And hopefully, I will see you again. For all those who have interviews tomorrow, all the best. For others, we will meet up again and carry on the session. All right.
Thank you,
Good
ma'am.
luck.
Bye,
And thank you. Bye.
Bye, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you,
ma'am.
ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. My name is Pintu Kumar. I belong to Somali, Bihar. I have done my graduation from Baba Saheb Bhimrao Ambedkar University, Muzaffarpur. I consider myself as a fresher in banking sector, but I have worked as a teacher in private school. As far as my family is concerned, my father is a teacher and my mother works as a Saharika in Anganwadi. I like traveling and making friends. My name is Pintu Kumar. I am a graduate. My name is Pintu Kumar. I belong to Somali, Bihar. I have done my graduation from Baba Saheb Bhimrao Ambedkar University, Muzaffarpur in 2019. I consider myself as a fresher in banking sector, although I have taught in private school. As far as my family member is concerned, my father is a teacher and my mother is a Sahika in Anganwadi. I like traveling and making friends. I belong to Somali. I belong to Somali. I am a graduate. I have done my graduation